Excuse me. Right. Welcome. Welcome back to Papa Nurgle's Embrace. I mean, in this case, his avatar in the realms of men, Kugath Plaguefather. I just woke up. I could barely talk. Blah. Yeah, cool. So yeah, I've been very much enjoying some Nurgle. So this campaign, we're going to see if Kugath Plaguefather can dominate both Cathay and also the Empire of Man, Reichland. Of course, you know, given enough time, of course you can. But I guess we're trying to specifically, I want to vassalize, not just wipe them out, but vassalize Cathay. And I would like to, just as a prestige thing, also vassalize like Reichland and Elspeth if we can. But yeah, I think I'm looking forward to some of the allied recruitment units we could get, like the Jade Lions to get spell intensity. Nurgle magic's quite good, so if we could have like 7 Jade Lions in the stack as well to boost our magic to crazy degrees, that'd be pretty fun. But yeah, we're gonna see what happens. But first things first, we need to conquer some land and then try and sell it to Xiaoming in order to make him love us. but yeah, I don't know, it might be a bit of a tough call. We'll see how we go. Yeah, there's a slight chance that there's an enemy in range to screw him over, but I suppose there's no reason I can't switch him out just to
One will not fail the Earth Father.
to be sure. That way, if somebody is slightly in range, we can at least retreat out of the range by replacing him. Yeah, we fought this battle last time, so.
Concoct a perfect play. I'm the one in charge round here.
Alright, I'm gonna put him in an ambush stance. Hopefully that might entice these guys to come in. Do we got any Nurglings? No, we don't have any Nurglings at the moment. I kind of thought there was more quests that gave you Nurglings. Maybe it's random, like sometimes you get quests to get Nurglings, sometimes you don't. We've got quite a lot of infections right now. Hey, Rega. Glad you can watch now. I'm glad you can join us as well. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I've been working the last 3 days, so there's not been much streaming on. I think it was, yeah, a couple of days ago that we previously did the last stream of this. Oh, where was it yesterday? I don't know, actually. Yeah, maybe it was before that we had the break. I just missed the Medieval 3 stream. Oh, okay, nice. I might have to do a bit of a review of that maybe. Was it good? I knew there was one coming up, but I didn't really know exactly when it was. Probably should have paid more attention. And I should have covered 40 minutes of it. Now I'm torn because I really want to play Kugath, but at the same time I really want to find out what they talked about in the Medieval 3 stream. It's like, do I want to spend the next few hours watching that back? Is the recording up already? What's their channel called? Total War? I can't even find the channel. Oh no, I found it. It is called Total War. How long does it go for? An hour and 23 minutes. Ugh. Maybe I should do a. Maybe we'll wait a while and then we'll do it later. Yeah, I might. But yeah, thanks so much for the heads up, Zibu. I might just give it a chill, give it half an hour or so. I'm probably going to be on for, a few hours, so we'll give it a little bit of give it a little bit, and then I'll jump on there. I got to say, I am pretty excited about Medieval 3. I know it's a long way off, so I'm trying not to get too excited about it, but yeah, I am pretty excited about it, and I really like the idea that they're trying to kind of build the game in cooperation with the community. Yeah, Roger Callum talked a little bit about it on his dev stream that he did the other day. I actually quite liked that as well. I thought that was, I mean, somebody in chat commented that it was a bit of a nothing burger, because compared to, normal kind of stuff where you basically just want to find out what the new DLC units are going to be for the next DLC, there was none of that. But he talked about, yeah, he talked to kind of, I think he's kind of like the head of basically everything, organizing all the teams and stuff, then dividing up their work and deciding what they're going to be working on and prioritizing which DLCs to do first and all that kind of stuff. So it's sort of at a bit of higher level, I guess. And but yeah, I actually thought it was really interesting, and yeah, I thought he was pretty cool. But he was I forgot what I was trying to say now. He was talking about how, yeah, one of the things I liked that he said was that he was talking about how they want to make Medieval 3 as a cooperative kind of thing, where they get feedback from the community and they show what they're working on, they get feedback from the community, they go back and they work on that, and he was sort of saying how and also just the way the games are made now, like the way that Warhammer 3 was made, like the fact that they make a release and then they get feedback on whether people like it or they don't like it, and then they can go back and patch and update and change that release, and that can also inform their decisions for the next DLC, because they're doing so many iterations with all the DLCs and stuff. They feel like it really is a bit of a cooperative thing with the community. But one thing I really liked what he said was that it's really cool how they get to have that experience of kind of creating in cooperation with the community, but you have to have games developers that have their own vision and that have confidence in their own vision and confidence in their ability to decide what is right for the game. Because if you just listen to the community all the time, then you just fucking end up bouncing back and forth, and the game will end up being a total piece of shit, like 100% of the time. Like if you don't have developers that are confident in their vision and confident in their ability to decide, like what, like if you don't have that confidence to decide and you try to leave it up to a poll from the community all the time, like it's just going to be shit. Like you need to take that feedback and then also know when to ignore it and just forge ahead with your own ideas. Obviously you don't always get it 100% right, but I definitely believe that as well. I think it's the same with movies, TV shows, any kind of artistic endeavor. You can really tell whenever something's made by a fucking committee, it's just, it always is shit, like pretty much. You need to have and when you have like a really good director that's like you know, sticks to their vision to a degree. Not that they don't cooperate with other people at all, but that they know when to draw the line. That's that's really important. Anyways, but yeah, let's do a bit of this, and then we'll probably watch the Medieval 3 stream, which I was last time there was a Medieval 3 stream, I was like, yeah, this is going to be boring as fuck, but I'll just watch it anyway. And it actually ended up being super interesting. So I was like, I ended up watching the entire thing. So, or nearly the entire thing. So yeah, so I'm gathered it'll probably be the same this time. All right. So I think the main thing, when you're starting off as Nurgle, one thing that you want to do is make sure you build a military building straight away, because you have very limited recruitment, you know. And the other thing you want to do is get lots of money, because you don't get much money. You kind of tend to be, I feel like I'm broke a lot of the time with Nurgle. No, I don't feel very broke right now. And also I want heroes. So yeah, we're building plague. Cultist and Exalted Hero. If I do that, I could get a Warlock. So the Timber will give us -1 for advanced military buildings local province. So the whole province. So we'll build advanced military buildings in Dreadrock. And then -1 cycle time for basic military buildings in local region. So yeah, so maybe I'll build another basic one in this area. But yeah, I was sort of saying you almost want to wait and not put this there and put it here instead, but you kind of want to get it out straight away so that you can, you know, start getting troops out. Yeah, I kind of wish I had built the Nurgling building first. I might build the Nurgling building now. Do you reckon, in terms of region trading, do you reckon trade goods are better, or this? Oh, actually, I can find out by just trying to fetch speed pieces. So.
I'm gonna tenderize you before I eat ya.
So 69 for Greasus. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was just because it's capital. Something. Yeah, that didn't tell me anything, actually. I guess I'll... I don't know. Hey, dude, nothing. How you going? Hey, Lee. Welcome. But ladders are still in, but they were interested. It was interesting that those were only placeholders for developing other stuff. Yeah, I doubt. I mean, I seriously doubt they're going to leave butt ladders in for Medieval 3. Yeah, this is just, they say, like, yeah, like Roger Callan was saying, this is just like a grey box playable thing that so they can try out ideas and stuff. It's nothing like, you know what I mean? They're just pulling in assets so they can make a workable build, so they can try stuff out and look at how things would work and shit. So yeah, basically don't expect anything that's in the game right now to be in the game eventually, you know. Work. How's life been? Yeah, good, man. I'm looking forward to, I'm moving to Ringwood, and so I'm thinking I'm gonna get back into jiu-jitsu finally, because there's a gym pretty close to where I'm moving. They got like a heap of black belts there apparently. I thought it was pretty interesting that like they're so far out. I wouldn't have thought they'd have like so many black belts, but they got like, I think they got like 2 second, no, I think they got 2 third-degree black belts, so the 2 head coaches there. So that's pretty crazy. I think Ben's 4th-degree black belt now. but yeah, and so yes, that's pretty cool. And I got a weight set. So last 4 days in a row, I've been doing weights every day, all different areas, trying out my different groups, muscle groups. Kept saying they focus on pathing. You can find spaces, how units fight on walls, different wall sizes, etc. But ladders were just to check how units move over walls. Okay, nice. You go to that one once in a while? Oh, nice. Oh, you're out that way, not to that particular gym. But yeah, cool. Yeah, awesome, man. Really good. Yeah, I'm moving in about a month and a half. So yeah, it's a bit scary. I don't know what the internet's gonna be like there. Streaming might suddenly fucking end if it doesn't work out well. So hopefully not. All right, so I don't know. All right, we'll just build. Yeah, all right, we'll just build this for now. Okay, so Xiaoming kind of hates my guts, but potentially we can start changing things. Are you moving tomorrow as well? Oh, nice. Oh, that's no good, Sam. Yeah, no, hopefully it'll be fine. I'm gonna get this guy up a bit closer. He's in force march. Maybe I should.
Forward,
Yeah, maybe I should switch him out, even though I don't want him out. Just in case it all goes bad.
War unto our enemies. Favored warrior. Adapt or die. Champion.
Shopping for a house. That's exciting. Alrighty,
Yes.
make sure we're all geared up. I don't know, this fight might be tough. We'll see how we go, I guess. Smelled a few of these extra things.
Dominance through decay. A fine boon.
Sure. All right. MBJ much just private lessons I teach. Handed a keyword cover at band. Ah. Oh well. Yeah, I guess, you know, as you move through different stages of your life, you don't always have time for it. I certainly haven't had time for it the last 2 years. But yeah, I feel like I need to get back into something. Getting into the weight, I surprised. I resisted doing weights all my life until now. I always thought it would be boring compared to BJJ and boxing. Like I've done weights a little bit here and there, like going to a gym with a mate or whatever, and I always kind of felt like it was like but yeah, but I don't know. Now I've got a weight set at my house, and I can just do whatever I want. It's a totally different fucking deal, and it's kind of fun just finding different muscles and different movements to, you know. Yeah, it's just fun just finding like different movements and stuff, and seeing like how you can hit that muscle and stuff. Kugath conquering all the way to the Empire. No way you can do that. It would exceed your 50 turn limit. You're not allowed to do that. Well, no, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna do a trick though. I'm gonna get a cultist and make him go to the Empire and then teleport over there. So I'm not gonna conquer the in between part. I'm just gonna conquer Cathay and Reichland. That's my plan. But we should stop talking about it and do it. Might just... Yeah, see how we go there. I might, actually, if I could, I might just, I might pump some... do I need these infections for anything? I'm just thinking about dumping a bunch of infections into rushing stuff, but I'm sort of thinking like, is that a mistake? Like, do I need these infections for something that I'm about to want to spend them on? Because they don't really build up that fast, do they? Maybe that's enough.
Someone fetch me.
Hey, Haberlis, welcome. Oh yeah, fucking chosen. Let's go. Wow. Oh shit, my economy just went to complete tanked. That was a mistake, maybe. Maybe that was a mistake.
My new plague.
Can we get any money through diplomacy, perhaps? I wouldn't mind being allies with this guy, or vassalizing him, that is.
Carve and cry. Meat.
Overlords of Zadok. I should have done that.
Yes. A face such as yours would make for an interesting gilded statue.
34 gold, that's not really very useful, is it?
You
I'll take the 34 gold anyway, because maybe they'll maybe they'll want to peace out straight away.
Beyond reason! Beyond...
Meat ritual.
Funny how Nurgle has one of the best artillery pieces. Oh, really? Alright.
I must test my contagion. Spreading malady.
Yeah, these guys sort of getting some decent replenishment. How are you guys handling the movement bug? I haven't noticed any movement bug, I don't think. What movement bug are you talking about? Maybe I have noticed and I just forgot about it. Soul Grinder of Nergos. Yeah, there's a movement bug? What? Alright. Let's see what happens. I'm really hoping that one of these armies will suicide themselves into... What? No, they didn't. I didn't get my ambush close enough. That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable at all. All right, we're gonna have to fight this. My tip, my workaround would be just play and you may not ever encounter it because I don't even know what you're talking about. Is this a movement bug that only happens with Bretonia? So you're the only one who's experienced it. So if any AI army has their lord killed in battle and some units remain, the army gets 100% of its movement back when swapping lords. Oh, so if the AI gets their lord killed and some units remain, but you don't wipe them out immediately afterwards. Okay. No, I mean, I don't, like, that's happened so rarely, because usually I killed, like, usually if I, you know, fight them and they retreat and they're fucked up, I usually follow up and kill them. So that happens sometimes, that I, like, a bash an army, they run away and then I don't kill them, but not very often. Like, normally I'd kill them on the same turn so they wouldn't get to use any movement. Yeah, no, I've literally not even encountered it. Or maybe I've encountered it but not realized. Fight to destroy, indeed. Indeed we do. Alright, are they? I didn't. Fuck! I should always. I never checked. I didn't check what they had. They got 3 units of Noblars. I'm trying to figure out if those Noblars are going to hurt us much. Might be worth fighting in the forest. Yeah, that's downhill, but might still be. So this forest is kind of uphill. Yeah, see, our army's over here, though. Yeah, we might have to fight here. I don't think we got much choice. Yeah, it's bad with any player force where extra lords with no units are hanging around the main army over until you win, and then the AI attacks again and again. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, I haven't noticed it, but yeah, it just sounds like an extra level of crazy difficulty. You should embrace it. An extra level of AI bastardry. It's the way the AI gets to win one for once. Yeah, no, thanks for the heads up, Hyperlisk. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'll have to try to be aware of it now. Mortal vampire counts now with unlimited movement. Yeah, fully. The Noblars are coming in. Have I got over 40 units? Might do. Oh, now everything's on. Alright, Kugath better.
An experiment.
Try and get out to the front here.
Superior position. Chaos Lord.
Where's my fucking beast of Nurgle? There it is.
Grandfather asks it. Taliban of flames. Marauders of Nurgle! Infection is inevitable. Chaos Lord of Nurgle! Marauders of Nurgle! Brothers in decay! Brothers in decay!
Yeah, I don't really want to get shot by those fuckers.
On the move!
There's a lot of ogres. Yeah, the Nurgling's got mad regeneration. As long as,
For my studies. Nurgle's command. Over here. Warriors of Nurgle! Gorse! Ah! Leader of Blight! Horde! Rotbag! Most prudent! Warriors of Nurgle! Bringer of sickness! I know! Sweeping death! My sword awaits! Bring Nurgle's rot!
Alright, I put the plague bearers to block that side. They're pretty unstoppable.
Children! Oh, Nurgle! The perfect plague! Slaughter them! Very well! On putrefying foot! Sent by darkness!
Yeah, I don't know really where to chuck some heals, but we'll try and throw some around.
Nurgle's pestilent blue master.
Alright, we'll save our magic.
Kugath, plague. Faster, spreading sick.
Oh, their fly is dead. Oh, yeah.
Swords ruling. Great decay.
Put these guys in here so they can shoot in the back of these ogres down here. Some of these armor piercing guys to focus on some of these leaders. Oh, forgot to make them fly, so they're just dragging through the melee. It's unfortunate.
Sword ready. Despair. Decay. Deep from bones. Plague. Taliban. Yeah.
Chuck some heals down.
Rot, child. Plague ridden. Care.
I'm trying to send these guys to explode into the enemies. Ah, dog's got me out here.
The Taliban lurches. Chaos commands.
That explosion didn't do much.
Kugath, plague weaver. Record
Look at this fucker.
infections. Sores wooing. Slide bearer.
Yeah, I think we got this. The power of the Nurgle blob has overcome it. I know worries, did nothing. Have a good one, buddy. Have a good day at work. And yeah, hopefully see you soon. We'll get that coffee.
The pox, father. It is done.
Alright, get him back into the air.
The Plague Lord's wrath. Plague ridden.
Now we've got heaps of magic left, so I haven't really been using it much. Get that going.
Fester. Pass.
And get ready to start chasing stuff with these guys.
Putrid. Come.
Oh yeah, they're about to go.
Kugath, plague weaver. Throne of hell destruction. Rot. Power. Corrupt. Destroy. The great.
Alright, kill everything we can. Try and get as much damage out of this as we can.
Unspeakable toxins. Horde. Rot bag. Despair. Decay. Decompose. Bring Nurgle's rot.
Always love a good blob.
Yes.
I don't think there's any point in healing these guys anymore. I don't think it doesn't heal dead entities, does it? No, it doesn't heal dead entities, so none of them are gonna, you know, get up again or anything.
Swords weep. Taliban obey. Blade sword ready.
Yeah, just trying to get as much damage as we can.
Infection is inevitable. Plague ridden. Plague ridden. Ruin. Plague-ridden. Die.
Reach. Any single entities? Nope. Hey, Hester. Hey, Willswell, welcome. Yeah, Kugat's my favorite Nurgle Lord for sure. He's just classic, you know. He's like the Karl Franz of Nurgle for me. Oh yeah. If you do, when you do like bicep, not biceps, your pecs, like chest muscles, is it just supposed to be sore kind of at the outside edge, or is it supposed to be sore all the way across? Because I only managed to get this outside bit a bit nice and sore. Ugh. 5% replenishment. Depends on the movement you're doing. Yeah, no, I'm saying if you had found the right movement to get the best possible, like, pump on your pecs, like, would the whole thing be sore or only the edge? Because, like, you know, the only feedback I've got, because I'm playing around with lots of different exercises, but the only feedback I've got on whether the exercises are good is whether it feels nice and sore the next day, basically, you know. I think I managed to successfully make my quads, my hamstrings, my biceps, my shoulders, and my back sore. Over the last 4 days, and my pecs I did today, chest, but yeah, there's no soreness in the middle. There's just a bit sore, just soreness on the outside, kind of. The side, you know, I don't know if you can see my chest, but yeah, like that part there feels nicely sore, like it's going to work out. But this inside part doesn't feel like nothing. It didn't do anything there. It entirely depends on your blood circulation. Are you just making shit up, Ava? Well, yeah. If you reckon if it's only if only the outsiders getting yeah, but that's still fine. That's good. So yeah, I did a bunch of different stuff. I was doing push-ups. I was doing one side push-ups. I was doing some other stuff with weights as well. I forget what I was doing now. Oh yeah, I was doing like incline bench, like 30-degree incline bench for the upper pecs. But the best thing I found was doing really light weights and doing flies, dumbbell flies on my back. That was the one that felt the best. So that's my favorite so far. Because you can get it, you fully stretch your chest when you do it, you know. Do I want the money or the replenishment? I'm torn. I'm pretty fucking broke. Yeah, we don't need replenishment. These Nurglings I mean, these ogres are fucked basically already. Some exercises not about the weight, but about the style. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think, yeah, getting like when you've got maximum, like having load on when you're at sort of maximum stretch seems to feel pretty good. And yeah, I think that's why I like the dumbbell flies. So you're laying on your back, you have your arms kind of straight and out of the side with like really low weight because it's such a high leverage because your arms are out of the side, and then you do flies, but you only go up like kind of halfway because you don't get any weight on when you go up too high. 800 gold. Yeah, I might actually pay that because I wouldn't mind having him leave me alone for a few turns. Good blood circulation will actually mitigate the soreness. Okay, yeah, nice. No, I'm not. So sorry, I'm not trying to mitigate the soreness. I'm trying to find exercises that are going to hit the muscles nicely, so that I'm not wasting my fucking time. And so, yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that. Like, that's all probably great advice, but like what I'm talking about right now is I'm trying to figure out whether the exercise is any good, whether the exercise is doing anything for me. And the way that I'm figuring that out, the way that I'm judging whether it's good or not, is by whether it makes the muscle nicely sore. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's what I was talking about. So yeah, so blood flow and recovery rate is not helping me in this situation. You know what I mean? But noted, I will try to have good blood circulation. Yeah, no, I'm not hurting myself. I literally just started 4 days ago. Never done weights before. Like I've gone to the gym like a couple of times with mates. Whenever I go to the gym, I usually just do boxing. But yeah, so I literally just started 4 days ago. So I'm being pretty careful. I'm just doing super lightweight. So instead of doing like 6 rep sets or like 8 rep sets, I'm doing like 12 to 15 rep sets with really low weights. Just to figure out the movements, try to learn the form a little bit, that kind of stuff. I don't really care about either of these. But yeah, no, recovery speed is definitely a important thing, I'm sure. But at the moment, I'm just trying to figure out how to do the exercises in the first place.
Lord of
I can only concentrate on so many things at once. No, I don't know. No, I guess it's good to just get all the information you can. I always thought gyms had those people you could ask as part of the memberships or something. Ah, fuck knows. I wouldn't pay for a gym membership. Fuck that.
Gladly.
I've got 100 experts. I've got 40 experts in chat here that I can ask. What do I need gym for? No, I just got a weight set for at home. So that's what I was talking about. So yeah, I was saying how I never used to like going to the gym to do weights and stuff. But now that I've got weights at home, I'm actually really enjoying it. No, I just got a barbell and dumbbell set. And I've just been playing around with it this week. Trying to find some good exercises. Yeah, I haven't got cables or anything. I've only got dumbbells though, so I can't really do, you know what I mean? Like if you go together, like there's no weight on it. So you can only do like half sets really, like with the flies, and go up the bottom half. Because once you get above like 45, there's no strain on it anymore. I lift things up and put them down. Yeah, nice. Nah, no bench yet. Benches. I literally ordered a bench today, so I was like, "Fuck, I need a bench." But yeah, I've been using other things as makeshift benches. I kind of wish I'd gotten into it like when I was younger now, because I'm quite like short and thick. You know what I mean? So like, if I'd have gotten into this like 20 years ago, fuck, I could look like Tank Abbott by now. I'd be a fucking unit. I could look like Cougar. If you use a bench, please do be mindful and get safety bars. Nah, I just got like the cheapest one. There's no safety bars. Hey Jonathan, how you going, buddy? Yeah, we're doing some Nurgle. But yeah, I'm not doing heavy weights or anything yet. I thought I'll just get the cheapest bench possible first, and then, because I don't really know what I want and stuff. And then if I, in a year or something, once I'm an expert and I know exactly what I like, then I can get. get exactly what I really actually want. You just get all these guys in range.
Pestilence is all. Spreading malady.
Thanks, Soulspell.
Dominance through decay.
You can train your entire body with just a good weight set in the floor. All the other things are additions. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, I feel the power.
Whoa! Donating to help Papa Nurgle. That is a great help. Thank you, Jonathan. You're awesome. I think we got some new heroes actually coming off the assembly line pretty soon. We got him here. We got Supertramp. I gotta get. I feel bad now. I've got to go back and play. I've got to go back and play more of that Skaven campaign so I can put Supertramp in as a Black Orc big boss. Yeah, thanks so much, Jonathan. You're awesome, buddy. Mercy is a dwarf confirmed. I know. I'm like, I could have been such a tank.
The Plague Weaver. Nurgle's chosen.
I got this rubbery tension thing one that you can do different checks. Exercises has 2 handles. You can push or pull tension. Oh yeah, that sounds cool.
Disagree with you.
I don't really want to fight this. Yeah, I don't really want to fight this camp, but I will anyway. Even though it's in a camp, I think it still counts as a field battle in terms of post-battle rules, so I think we can still get replenishment. Oh, actually, what Hyperlisk, what you were talking about. So the main reason that comes into effect is in when they're attacking you, right? When they attack you on their turn, not when you're attacking them. Sorry, I didn't get that. I was thinking of a scenario where I'm attacking an army and then a little bit of their army survives and they retreat, and then I follow up and kill them. But yeah, you're talking about it's mainly happening when they're attacking you over the end turn, and then they just run away off the map somewhere and whatever.
Plague Weaver.
Hey Sam, yeah, no, that sounds. Thanks, man. I'm sure we'll talk to each other almost every day, so you can be here throughout my fitness journey. I'll give you regular updates. Yeah, I think so far Romanian deadlifts. I don't know if I like it that much. I like normal deadlifts more. The Romanian deadlifts, I feel like I have to be super careful of my back all the time. But it surprisingly doesn't make your back explode, which I kind of thought it would. But it hits your hamstrings really nicely. And yeah, deadlifts I like. What else do I like? I like those dumbbell flyers. I'm actually kind of liking bicep stuff as well. I think I never used to like bicep stuff because I always used to try to do it too heavy and I couldn't do it properly. And yeah, but I just did it with like way lighter weights this time and it was like more fun. And I still managed to get the muscle a bit sore by doing like shitloads of reps. Did I just hit you with major sarcasm? No? No, I don't think so. I'm just literally saying we literally speak to each other every day. So yeah, so we can continue to chat about this working out shit for the foreseeable future. Think if I camp, no, I'm not. I'm not being sarcastic. Let's debuff this fucker because they're pretty nasty.
Despair. Decay.
Does Kugath ever get hell cannons? I can't remember. I don't think so. No, I wouldn't think so. I think hell cannons are just undivided stuff, aren't they? Check this out. We're gonna get bashed from the back and the front in a massive blob. But joke's on them because we love blob. We were born to blob.
Chaos Lord of Nurgle! The great decay! Tear apart! Spread the sky! Not a child!
Actually, I'll switch over and kill this other lord first. Because, he's weaker.
Blade sword! Ready! Breakthrough!
Nothing stops the blob. Damn right. Do these guys explode? Do they explode if you don't press the button? Or do they just keep, I'm trying to get these guys to melee the tower, but they won't. They just keep sitting back and shooting.
Enemy, die! Plague-ridden, death! Rot! Power!
Yeah, that guy's pretty screwed.
Talisman.
Yeah, get everybody in the blob. This guy should be nearly dead, but he's just... Oh, that's why I accidentally put these guys into group 1. So that was meleeing stuff. Whoa, that was a good hit.
Commander of the foul, leader of blight. Command. The corruptor's will. The Plague Father expects. My sword
How's this?
awaits
Yeah, we're getting him down.
for decay. My experiment succeeds.
Just debuff him.
Decay. Decompose. Great decay.
These guys are in the secondary army, so they're gonna get, actually, I think these guys get wiped out as well, as if they can't retreat. Did you try turning off fire at will and swapping them into melee mode? No, I didn't know.
We are the foul.
Yeah, no, I didn't. But I was like, I was using this button. Oh, don't have it now. No, they don't have it now. But yeah, I was using ults to make it so that they would melee attack. But I don't know, maybe because it's got like that special building button, it doesn't. Oh no, that should still work. So it works on towers. It works on gates. But yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe that would have worked.
Souls for Nurgle.
Let's slow him down. Oh, that only does melee attack, and it doesn't help us, does it? Yeah, I don't think we're going to catch anything here, but try, I guess. If these guys can kill this lord. Oh, they did kill him. Cool. We'll get a fair bit of gold out of that. Find free gym equipment. People are always getting rid of it. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, like I said, I just bought a cheap bench. It only costs like 120 bucks. And yeah, I think that's enough for me to start on. Yeah, I'm not gonna be trying to, like, you know, put 100 kilos in the bar or anything. Merc swole. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get too swole, but we shall see. We shall see. But I'm enjoying it anyway. I think I feel like I'm sort of kicking myself now. Like, I should have gotten into it, like, you know, ages ago, because I just kept like thinking, oh, I wish, you know, I just want to get back into boxing, or I want to get back into jiu-jitsu, because I think those things are really fun. And yeah, I just thought like lifting weights would be, you know, what, that's nothing compared to doing jiu-jitsu or boxing, you know what I mean? But now that I'm actually doing it, it's like, well, you know, it's probably not quite as good as doing jiu-jitsu or boxing in terms of fun level, but it's just so easy, you know, it's so accessible, you know. I just got it in my garage. I've got, like, you know, while I'm working on my computer, I've just like, I got weights like next to the chair, so I can do sets in between other jobs and shit. It's good. How much money we got? Yeah, we got a bit of money. I'll take the replenishment this time. Let's try. I want to get those chosen up to speed.
Worthy of my best ailments. I'll pick my teeth with your bloody bones.
We could always peace out with him, but
Kugath, a plague farm.
ah, fuck, he's moved in there.
Lord of Nurgle. Get off, or I'll eat ya.
Alright, that's greases. So yeah, I was hoping we'd just be able to snatch that for free if there's no one in there with these, you know, few cheap armies here, but nah. But nah.
Lord of Nurgle.
So I'll get rid of these.
Lord of Nurgle.
Yeah, I'll just get rid of all this stuff, because they can't really do anything against Greasus anyway. So I'll just respec them out. They'll be able to come back in relatively quick if we when we're ready for them.
Perfect experiment. Hold my. This way.
Just want to get out of just wanted to get out of this zone so that we don't take we don't do trespassing penalty. But we'll but if we can get an alliance with him, then we can, or if we can get the vassalage, we can always move back in again. But yeah, I don't think we will.
Be gone, miscreant!
All right, so give him Maw Gate.
Nothing worthy of discussion.
And we'll take the non-aggression pact as well.
A pact with disease.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a bit of work here. Yeah, see, Great Hall of Greece is 110. That's like almost enough to get the vassalage. I think we have to go around the other way. We have to take Amble Peak and Valley of the Thorns so that we can then... Oh no, we can't get in. We can't get past Greasus no matter what we do. Fuck. It's selling Nobby Gorge.
Cathay's people will remain forever safe from your pox, monster! A bargain.
Oh no. Check it out. Gifts given to Western Provinces. Gifts. He doesn't give a shit. The gifts aren't doing anything. I wonder if that's just because he's at minus 100 or if it's because of the aversion, the minus 100 from aversion, like automatically means the gifts don't work. Like, I wonder if he's got a trait that's making those gifts be worth nothing. Because normally those gifts be worth 40, right? But yeah, I'm not sure if the aversion automatically is giving us like 1/5 of the value of gifts, or if it's because he's under 100 maybe or something. But yeah, this was happening that was somebody else as well. Yeah, I reckon it's maybe because of the aversion. It's just a built-in modifier. Right. So I've just given him a bunch of my territory for no reason, essentially. Well, I mean, I got a shitload of cash off him, I guess. That was good.
Maggot King, angry.
I've got like a non-aggression with him and a military access, and neither of those things are even showing up as like positive relations or anything. I did the build demolish outpost thing last time and it worked out really well. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I sort of feel like it's a bit bullshit, like, you know what I mean? Just feels a little bit too... Like, if it didn't, like, screw up the... If it didn't screw up the diplomacy of, like, every other faction in the world, you know what I mean? Like, I'd probably like it more, but, like, it's... Don't get me wrong, it's amazing, it's super fun. But, yeah, do you know what I mean? I don't know if I really want to do it every campaign. It's like, yeah, like, if you've already solved, like, the whole game with just one thing, then it's like... But I don't know. It's almost like the opposite of This Is Total War. Like, This Is Total War I don't like because it basically means you get no diplomacy, and that build demolish thing I kind of don't like because it kind of makes diplomacy too easy. But yeah. But yeah, who should I do the build demolish outpost thing on? I don't even know anyone that he hates enough.
I must test my
I suppose if you can find somebody that's kind of obscure that nobody else has vision on or something, then you can just do it on them, and that way it won't really affect anyone else. So that one's actually it's kind of good, I guess. But yeah, doesn't the build demolish outpost thing work really well on everyone and everything? I mean, it could be specifically good in this situation because of the gift penalty. Actually, did we figure out that the build demolish outpost thing also had penalties for some factions? Or maybe it just depends. Oh no, it probably just depends how much they hate the faction that you're doing it to. That determines how much bonus you get. Had a hard time dealing with Tyrion in my Skulltaker campaign when I was trying to sue for peace with him. What do you mean? Just he wouldn't make peace with you because of the aversion?
I dream of flinging your carcass from the nearest mountaintop.
Well, we're working on it. At least we don't have, at least he's not going to go to war with us.
Plague Weaver triumphant. Prepared.
Yeah, I might just leave it there. Alright, let's get some more heroes. And we'll get this up to tier 3, and then we'll build the woods and another we'll build build a military building now. And we'll get Nurglings. And then we'll build wood, so they'll be pumping out faster. Yeah, I feel like Nurglings just as general purpose unit for this faction is pretty good, because... Oh, actually, no. He doesn't have the bonuses for them generally, does it? It's only in his army. Oh no, faction-wide, yeah. Generation for Nurglings faction-wide if they're rank 7 and above. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like what was that one we were doing the Oh yeah, well with the Zeech thing, yeah. With the Zeech thing, like even the first time we did it, like it was really cool to be able to get the Confederation early, but yeah, then I kind of started to getting the ick a little bit from it, you know, from just having like random factions like wanting to make peace with me all the time.
We will divide them.
How did we manage to fix our economy? Shit. All right, we've got our plagues going here.
Concocted. Lord of Nurgle. Leader of the putrid house.
So yeah, we want to start spreading those.
Victory for
Hey, Dangerous Steve, how you going, buddy? Okay, so we just got him siege locked here. We're just going to keep retreating and then re-sieging him until we can waddle over there with Kugath and deal with him.
your impudent hubris mocks Nurgle. My hatred is unending. Soul taker of Nurgle.
Alright, I guess we'll take this guy up here.
Scatter them to the 8 winds.
Oh, I didn't even use all my banners last time. I could have been bannered up. Gills.
Distribute their essence. Befoul the world.
2 turns? Yeah, alright.
The rotting foxmaker. Pestilence is all. We have moved enough. I must test my contagion. A convocation of power. Commander of Rot. Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to switch the plagues around here pretty soon. Might just take the auto on that because I feel like it might be a pretty tough battle.
Run rampant.
Alright, so his plague is about to wear. His plague's about to run out.
With hateful certainty.
Oh, got no blessed symptoms yet.
Dominance through decay.
Right, get into the Lordian. Scaled skin. Hey, we finally got one that's not dark, not diabolic splendor.
Lord of Nurgle.
Alright, so we spread the plague to him.
I am ascendant.
And so yeah, he's only got 3 turns left of the plague, but then we've spread it to this guy who's now got 6 turns. So when in 3 turns when this guy runs out, he can just spread it back to him and he'll have another 6 turns again.
Nurgle's garden. A gift for all. A fine boon. Champion of decay. Nurgle's chosen. Commander of Rot.
And yeah, same thing there.
Pestilence.
So this guy's got 2 turns left, and now Kugath's got 6. So just keep cycling it back and forth. Keeps our upkeep down.
Be gone, miscreant! We have nothing worthy of discussion. Fire and metal!
Yeah, nothing is make shifting that relation at all. He hates my guts big time. Zabbing's not my biggest fan, no. I don't even know who I would do it to. Yeah, there's no one I can really get an alliance with that he dislikes. I guess those vampires, but yeah, he doesn't dislike Gelt, so, and I would have trouble getting with Gelt anyway.
The world fester.
But yeah, so yeah, we need to
Aids my
alright. Let's chuck some growth down on that.
befoul the work.
New siege greases. Yeah, which faction did you do the outpost thing on, Anthony? On like Skaven or some shit? Or in Ghost or something? Yeah, I don't know, I'm not really sure how I can do it at this point. Probably needed to do it with one of the factions already wiped out.
Lord of Nurgle. Lord of Nurgle.
Did it with the starting Skaven? Yeah. Anyone workers will hate whoever you vassalize for just being your vassal. I guess I could do it to Greasus. Yeah, I can't really do it to Gout because I can't get him. But I could probably do it to Greasus, and then I could just kill Greasus afterwards. Because the problem is, like, just say I do it with Greasus, and then like Greasus is my vassal for the rest of the campaign. Then basically everybody that I run into is just, as soon as they meet Greasus, is gonna hate him, and then they're gonna get like mega positive relations to me, or whatever, you know. So it's like it kind of just goes on and just ruins diplomacy throughout your entire campaign, and like, yeah. But I suppose if you do it to Greasus, then you just kill Greasus, then like no one else will meet him, and then it'll sort of fuck up this whole region. But apart from that, it'll be alright. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to do it.
I'll take everything you own. Nothing you can do about it.
Excuse me.
Their end dawns, favored warrior.
See how we go. Yeah, I can't really get Gelt, unfortunately. I need more items. I do need more items, that's true.
I said, champion of decay.
It's just the song. There's these lords. There's like just a random like level 1 random lord that I just recruited. Just nukes the whole army by himself. Classic. 77 infections as well. He captured 310 zombies solo.
I am ascendant. You will not survive.
Yeah, heroic.
Such despair.
Yeah, the auto resolve power with Noble Lords is pretty. Jesus, how much land has he got? Check it out. Fucking hell. He's got heaps.
I will butcher any who interfere. Make.
Yeah, I might have to fight this one manually because
Now, dominance through decay. It may take 2 swings, but I'll have.
oh, the haunted thing, yeah. Haunted forest. Oh yeah, so we've got heaps of.
Bring me their organ.
No, he hasn't got the banners. And what banners do we got? Hellfire. Oh, it's done it. Yeah, Mortis Engine. Yep, agreed. We need more Mortis Engine. What is it? Imbue? It's an. Is it imbuement? No. What? Oh, it's a hex. 35-meter radius hex area. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. That's really cool. And what else we got going on? Got that one already. That's good. And Terra or damage on 1 unit.
A most promising reagent. Adapt or die.
Alrighty. This is my chosen. They're my pride and joy. Do you get raided? Do you get infections when you raid your own territory? Maybe you should rename that unit to something fun. Rename which unit? Beasts of Nurgle.
Plague Weaver.
Oh yeah, I just realized I got my hero capacity. I got my hero recruitment last turn, but I didn't recruit a hero. Or like 2 or 3 turns ago, maybe. Oh, my chosen. That's alright, I'm gonna get plenty more chosen.
We love the sick. Rot's banner.
Oh, you get the infections from the rebellion. Right, yeah. Very cool.
Most brilliant. throne.
Oh, is he on his flying mount now?
I'll distract
Sweet.
him. Rot. Power. My experiment succeeds. A new brew. Turning man. Kugat, plague. Putrid. Come to earth.
The power of the blob.
The love of Nurgle. Rot. Fester. Pass.
Blam. Such a good spell.
Kugat, plague. The perfect plague.
Plague drones, I've been keeping my plague drones in Nurgle alive. Sometimes I kill them to save money, but I didn't do it. Didn't kill them this time.
Great decay. Finger of sickness. Sly bearer.
They got no flyers left, have they?
One-eyed rotters. Despair. Decay. Decompose.
Let's just drop some bombs. Oh no, they moved. No, they didn't move enough.
Chosen of Nurgle. Let there be butchery.
No, we lost one of our flyers.
Titan ones.
He's coming after my drones? Yep.
Rot bearer.
Oh shit.
March. Chaos Lord.
That's alright. We got him.
Rot. Power. Horned rough-bags. Rot bearers. Doing.
Still trying to kill these heroes.
Pox. Plague. From pus. Rot. Fester. Pass.
We get some armor piercing onto him as well.
From wither.
Those boys in there.
Blades of destruction.
Oh yeah, we can't catch the heroes now, can we?
Mutilation.
That's alright.
Decay. Nurgle's pestilent blue master. Horned rot bag.
Try and
Wraps your flesh.
see if we can get Some more, one more heal.
Blade sword. Ready.
This guy can keep,
Great. Decay. Despair. Decay.
casting passive heals.
Record infections.
Yeah, let's get up there. Might get one more heal if we're lucky.
My experiment succeeds. Rot, a child moving.
Save heals. Oh, there's like one guy over here. Nice. Everything looks like shit. Must be Nurgle. Yeah. Play drones look shit, but are actually quite good. Yeah, they're not bad. They're not bad. They're kind of a very specific sort of unit, you know, like they're, yeah, they're kind of good at certain things, but they're not good at other things. And, you know, if you try and use them for the wrong things, so yeah. Excuse me.
Bring them to them.
Right, use his other lord to take the settlement so we don't waste our movement.
A cake, father.
And then we'll just recruit an extra lord here. Might just get
Lord of Nurgle. Pestilence is all. Leader of the putrid house.
so this guy's got 6 turns, this guy's got
Favored warrior.
1 turn, and he's got 5 turns.
Specimens
Yeah.
required. This will work. This experiment requires speed. Nurgle's leash is
I reckon that might be in range, maybe.
upon this land. Dominance through decay. Befoul the world.
Just, I don't know, he's got so much land that I kind of want to take it all before I make peace with him. But then at the same time, maybe I should just... Yeah, because I want to kill him, don't I? I want to make peace with him and then I want to kill him afterwards. I've used them against towers and artillery, chasing stuff and kiting. Yeah, I'm sure that I've used them to melee... Well, no, I'm not sure, but I thought I'd used them to melee towers before. But they weren't meleeing for some reason before. Yeah, maybe I need to run melee mode or something.
Prepared. Nurgle's chosen.
Yeah, I'll go offense, I think, for him, so he can
supplement
get people in melee.
boxes.
Might go for no rebellion this. I might opt for no rebellion this turn. I'm known for you to talk tripe. Oh no, I'm sure you're talking. Oh yeah, let's get these heroes before I forget. So we need this guy to go and does anyone know if either of these campaign movement range bonuses work on heroes? They do? Oh, thanks, Glanth. Awesome. Well, that's good. We'll take one of those. You'll see 100 out of 100. Yeah, cool. So I'm going to send this guy over to the Empire so that we can get ready for our conquest of the Empire in like 15 turns or so. And ooh, do I want vigor loss reduction or I might just take the armor. Plague ridden. So yeah, I fixed it about 4.3 when Blue Scribes had campaign movement skill. For anyone curious. Yeah, nice. Oh yeah, I guess it must. Yeah, must. That's well, I guess I know. Well, I mean, the fact that it works for some abilities doesn't necessarily means it works for every ability, though. I guess. But they've put in a bunch of like a bunch of heroes have like specific movement skills for like I think Skylar Angfingram and also Bayog Bearstruck. They both have special skills that specifically give them extra movement on the campaign map when they're not in an army. But yeah, but the fact that they've got skills that presumably work doesn't necessarily mean that every other trait works. So you reckon there was some sort of general thing that they fixed that affected all traits, or you reckon they went and did a passover of every single trait and fixed them all? Eight melee defense is not too bad. I'd rather have the tough, but I don't know if I want a death caster. Maybe. Why not? Let's do it. Scaled skin. Do these guys get altars? If they get an altar, then potentially getting missile resistance is pretty good. Although I don't know if I really care about Nurgle altars because we've got so much healing anyway, you don't really need regeneration. Opened Eyes, plus 25 experience gain per turn for all units in army. That's actually not bad if you're playing as Warriors of Chaos, eh? If you're trying to get some chosen. Alright, what are we going for? They do get War Shrine. Yeah, I assume they would get War Shrine, but I don't know. I think the Nurgle War Shrine gives regeneration aura, and I feel like, you know, what are you going to do with that? You don't really need it. I suppose you could put it in the middle of a bunch of Plague Bearers or something. Yeah, so I kind of want to come down here. Does that recruit rank actually work when you use Nurgle recruitment? I might go for that actually, because the replenishment rate's nice.
Further, my studies.
Yeah, I need to try and sort this out before they build something better here.
I'll concoct a perfect plan. Lord of Nurgle! I will see this world covered in muck and mire. Fetid and vile
shit.
is our spore. Defiler! No one tells a tyrant what to do.
How come we're getting no replenishment? Oh, because we're in orange territory. Fuck.
Lord of Nurgle! Champion of decay! Into the keep!
We haven't got enough infections to pump our building, have we? Have we not already done that with this one? Maybe, I don't know.
Dominance through decay!
Yeah, it'd be really good once we can get some,
We bring their doom!
Oh, you reckon it was just a general fix that fixed all of them at once, but rather than having it individually? Alright, let's see how we go.
They can follow!
I hope we can actually beat that army with, I hope we can actually beat that army with Kugath. Golden Sigil Sword or No Corruption +10. Where is it? Amble Peak. Yeah, no, I'll just take the item. Alrighty. He's only got 50 magic, whereas Kugath's got 98, so we'll have to initiate with Kugath. We haven't got enough movement to hit that this turn anyway, so it's fine, I guess. Yeah, I'll just siege that for now.
Dissect them. Befoul the world. The Fly Lord demands haste. Defiler. Dissolve their flesh. The wind signals our approach.
Alright, so this one we'll replace with this guy.
Ready to serve the Plague Lord.
And we got level 5 and level 1. Alright, the level 1 guy can't reach anything anyway. So we'll replace him with this level 6 guy. This level 5 guy.
Our enemies, Lord of Nurgle. Yes, I feel the power. Soul Taker of Nurgle. Lord of Nurgle.
He might be able to reach there.
Is the root of rebirth.
All the Chaos Lords look so cool, yeah. Oh yeah, we can rename our guys. Exalted Hero Nurgle with damage reflection stack is truly a monster. I really haven't tried that. Alright, so who we got? I think Skaven Dan was coming in on this one. I think we'll make Skaven Dan the Sorcerer. The Sorcerer seems kind of Skaven-y. Suckhaven. Suckhaven Dan. Skaven Dan. See? It doesn't even seem like Skaven Dan. Skaven Dan. Morris Pig. Morris Pig. That's a pretty cool surname, actually. We'll call him the Dark Master. Because he's good at Total War. And yeah, we'll save this. We'll make Jonathan a big Norskin. Shaven Dan. That's pretty good actually. Fuck. That I reckon that actually works in this context because we can just put the apostrophe in there so it doesn't actually spell Shaven Dan. It's Sahaven Dan. But it also means Shaven Dan, which is what it would if you got a Skaven and shaved him, he'd look like this. Alright, Jonathrax.
Sickness is
But I feel like Jonathar sounds more normal. More Norskin, sorry. Jonathrax sounds more like House Dwarf. But not really. I guess Jonathrax does sound pretty Nurgly. From Anthrax, yeah. Jonanthrax. No, then it's gonna gets lost a bit. Yeah, Jonathrax Lambkin. Nice. Alright, cool. So a cultist needs to head to Ruckland. Here we go. And the rest of you guys need to try to figure out where Kugath's gonna be in like 4 turns. Probably up here.
all shall wither in
Sounds like thrush medication.
champion of decay.
Indeed.
My boots are full of pus.
My boots are full of pus? Or my boots are for the pus?
Maw King. Tired.
Try to medicate with anthrax. Well, it cures everything through death, I guess. I fucking want both sides of this, really. I kind of want that, but I definitely want this. But then I guess I also want this. And that. And that. And that. I feel like if I keep going in here, I'm going to get sucked into just keep going all the way, though. Maybe we'll just go on a 1-for-1. So, do I want this? No. Do I want that? Yes. Alright, let's get that.
The rot horde would grow stronger.
Alright,
Commander of rot.
I'm kind of thinking...
Through decay, befoul the world.
Yeah, I think we're gonna rush. We're gonna go this way. We're gonna leave this guy here and try and siege lock him.
We defile the path. Yes, spreading malady.
Meanwhile, we'll deal with this.
Fresh specimen.
Yeah, the auto resolve's not gonna work. No, yeah, Mortal Nurgle units are definitely the coolest. I love me some heavy armored chaos dudes as well. Yeah, the Chosen and Chaos Warriors are probably my two favorite things for Nurgle. And the Aspiring and the Exalted Hero. But also, well, the Exalted Hero is my #1 favorite thing. But then also quite like the Beast of Nurgle. He's pretty cool. I like the I don't mind the Nurglings. And I like the Great Unclean Ones, and I like Kugath. So yeah, just like Kugath with an ocean of Nurglings around him, and then a bunch of elite Chaos Warriors and some Beast of Nurgle. That's like, just aesthetically, like to look at, that's probably like my favorite type of army. I think just having the Kugath, like just standing inside a massive pool of Nurglings just kind of looks right. Yeah, just like that look of just having this like swarm of Nurglings with this ginormous godlike creature that's just like massive, you know, like just towering above the battlefield. Just looks really cool. Wait, let's get some like other dudes in here as well. Yeah, just so you got the scale. Yeah, this kind of look is really cool for Nurgle, I reckon. Just having like a big carpet of Nurglings and random shit, and then just have these big behemoths just walking. Kind of like with Norsco, how you have like the mammoths and stuff. Alrighty, yeah, let's go this. We'll go over this forest over here, I think. I shoot that ranged actually. Alright, I think we've activated them. You got any flyers? No. Cool. Ooh. Bernie. Oh, Bernie. What the fuck? Oh, that's alright, it's just marauders. Right, make a note to kill that fucking, that fucker. Yeah, we need to drill him, like, ASAP. Yeah, these marauders got fucked. Yeah, just kill this fucker, like, real quick. Debuff, it'll debuff. Yeah, let's get some armor piercing up here.
The crow brings death.
Some poison. Getting this wizard down. I really want him dead, like, ASAP. Oh, no, he routed, but he didn't die. Alright, well, trying to get my flyer.
You place rot and child.
Like he rallied. He's gonna fireball us again. Oh, he cast it on himself. And it went away from us. It's glorious. Right, we might be able to get him before we can. Right, try and get both of these fuckers after him. Yeah, I can't get him out. Trying to get him out of melee, but he's like, I don't know, he's stuck on something. He's stuck behind Kugath, maybe. Oh, here we go. Alright, he's up. Yeah. Get that fucker. Yeah, we nearly got Greases down. Debuff him. Don't let him get away. Let him finish him.
Despair. Decay. Flame sword.
Get him.
Ready.
Kill him. Still trying to kill Festus. I mean, Greasus.
My sword awaits! A new...
Well, let's land. And then chase him. See if that gets it done. Oh, he's shattered. So actually we don't really need to chase him anymore. Unit's been wiped out. What was that? Oh, was that for unit of Marauders maybe? Did we get him? Oh yeah, we got him. Oh, beautiful. We'll go after Greasus now.
My experiment succeeds!
Yeah, you got hoops.
Rupture flesh! Swords moving! Taliban obey!
Cool.
Great decay! Throne
Alright, doesn't really matter if we wipe out the rest of the stuff.
Fraxen!
Maybe I get a bit of XP here, that's about it. One more heal there. If you had the choice for Friday drinks, would you go to a British or a German pub? I don't really know the difference apart from the beers and the food. Probably British. Well, because yeah, probably British because I don't really like the German food that much. Actually, no, I do. I mean, I do. I guess I just wouldn't order like the pork knuckle. There's this place in the Hofbrauhaus, and that's a really nice German place in the city in Melbourne, called Hofbrauhaus. And they have like the big thing you get is like the pork knuckle. It's like just a giant big thing of pork, but it's not really that good, I reckon. But then again, I just love like just the normal sausages, like the bratwurst and everything, and just like, you know, and like the spätzle, you know, that like I don't know what it's called. It's like kind of like noodle potato or something. I don't know what it is. It's little noodles they have. That spätzle is pretty good. But also, yeah, see, I'm really just comparing the Hofbrauhaus to, like, I don't know, yeah. I know, so yeah, the Hofbrauhaus, it's too fucking loud in there. And it's too fucking loud in there. I don't really like the pork knuckle. Beer wise, I don't really care. Like, yeah, I can drink any beer really. But yeah, but I think, I don't know, I feel like with the German pubs, like the whole like pork knuckle thing is like kind of like one of the big draws, but I don't really care about that. But I like the normal sausages, so it's fine. I don't know, I guess I just imagine a British pub being quieter, but it just depends on the area. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really, you know, I don't think it matters. I think it's sort of those things where it's very specific. Like if you said, would you rather have like a pizza or a steak? It's like, well, I'd rather have a good steak than a shit pizza, but I'd rather have a good pizza than a shit steak. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, so I guess I'd rather go to whichever one was better and whichever one was not super fucking loud. German beer is way better. Actually, yeah, that's true, yeah. German beer is better, isn't it? And it doesn't have any preservatives in it, which is pretty cool. In Germany, they're not allowed to put any preservatives in their beer, like it's illegal. I love that shit. Yeah, some cool things about Germany is they're not allowed to put any preservatives in their beer. It's illegal. They're not allowed to put any sugar in their fruit juice. It's not called, if it's pure fruit juice, then it's called fruit juice. If it's got any sugar in it, then it's called cordial. You see, if you wanna sell something as fruit juice, it's got to be like pure fruit juice with no sugar. That's fucking cool as fuck. They've got a lot of like laws like that about like food purity basically, and it's actually really nice, I think. What about steak pizza? You guys would have been, can I show you? I don't know if you can see this picture. No, can you guys see this picture on my phone? No. Can you see that picture? That's what I had for dinner last night. I call it chicken steak. Contains all of the major food groups, chicken and steak. This is one of the advantages to Mrs. Mercy not being around. I can just eat meat with a side of meat as my dinner. And the couch has just got like weights laying all over it. Alright, yeah, try for a sack. I went full ogre for dinner, yeah. The great food pyramid of chicken and meat, that's right. And I had a little line of broccoli to keep the well, actually, I actually had a frittata as well. So there was some veggies mixed in with eggs for the frittata.
Lord of Nurgle! Lord of Nurgle! Push further, my warriors!
Alright, I'll try and, because this guy just got not much movement left. So I'll try and get him in position to take the settlement. I'd love to get, can you get knowledgeable? Or can I get, what's that one that gives you 100% XP? We can't get that on Nurgle, can you? Can you get knowledgeable on a Lord? Nurgle? That'd be pretty good.
Lord of Nurgle! Plant our rot! Kugath, a plague father. I must test my rots first.
Chicken is close enough to a vegetable, yeah.
Favored warrior, our tasks demand you endure. They stumble that run fast.
I think we need this guy, so we'll get rid of him, save a bit of money.
Lord of Nurgle! Lord of Nurgle! You've made a fatal mistake. and thinking you can beat Greasus.
Yeah, I don't like using saved characters. I like the kind of self-found feeling of, you know, each campaign you get new different traits, and I love that excitement of like wondering what trait I'm going to get, and like, you know, the highs and lows of the whole trait experience. Whereas if you just save your traits, you just always have the best traits every time. So it's sort of, you know, it's a bit of a meh. All right, so we want to save some. So I want to get 400 infections, so we can pop one of these down. What did I... Oh, yeah. We're getting pretty broke, but we're going to... getting pretty broke, but we're going to start doing some region trading cheese pretty soon with Kugath.
This will work.
So hopefully that'll get us out of trouble just in time. You guys...
Fitted Brewmaster.
Yeah, I'm gonna get our mortis engine pretty soon. Should be a nice little upgrade.
Fascinating.
We've got a giant thunderous bilious thunderguff. Pretty good, pretty good. Alright.
The dragon does not forget. And Xiaoming does not.
Is undone.
About what turn could you afford to import a level 50 saved character? Just depends who you start off next to, really. If you start off with factions, next to factions that have a lot of money, like Gelt would be able to do it probably pretty fast, like turn 7 or 8 maybe. Maybe less, I don't know. How's using saved characters cheating? I don't know, I didn't say it was cheating. Did somebody say it was cheating? Oh, who said it was cheating? Yeah, no, I don't think it's cheating. I just think it's just not as fun as not using them.
Dominance through decay.
You can't really cheat in a game like this because there's not really any rules.
Defiler.
But yeah, it's pretty hard to say that using saved characters is unintended because they specifically built the mechanics so that you could do it, you know. But yeah, I think it's a shit mechanic. I really dislike it.
A fine boon.
But I don't know, heaps of people get a lot of enjoyment out of it, so I guess it's a good thing. That's good that that's back up again. We can save that for use once we get organized. I wonder if we should repair anything, maybe. 4 turns, so we get that there.
You have rejected Grandfather Nurgle's embrace for the last time.
I think they originally brought it in because they thought that it would be cool for people to be able to like play a campaign and like get a bunch of traits on their character, and then like when they replay that campaign later on or whatever, they could bring that character in. Like, just say you start a campaign as like Katarin or something, and you have like a loyal fucking Drugina Lord or a loyal fucking whatever, you know, Frost Maiden or whatever, and then she can be there with you throughout your whole campaign. You can name her, and she has heaps of traits and shit. And then you start a new campaign playing as like Castalton, and you bring in your saved character, so that character can kind of continue on from campaign to campaign. But like that's literally no one uses it for that. Like everyone just uses it to exploit the shit out of getting all the best traits and stuff. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they envisioned it as a sort of like role play thing, but like everyone just uses it for power gaming basically. Not really for the traits as much as just for the character. Oh really? Oh, there you go. Well, Ava does. Goddamn, I can finally recruit a hero. Yeah, I think you're stuck in that too overly. So yeah, like I used to be more like, you know, spec everything towards endgame. You know, like set up everything towards endgame. But then I kind of eventually kind of figured out that it's better just to go for what's good right now most of the time, and that ends up giving you more advantage in the long run anyway. So like for heroes, for example, you're better off just recruiting a non-optimal hero right now and then just using the hero, you know? If, you know, if you need the hero, I guess. If once you get to a certain point, once you get to like, yeah, I guess it depends where you are. And you're probably aware of that already. If it's like turn 5, you're probably not going to fuck around because you need that hero straight away. But if it's turn like 20 or 30 and you've already got your main stack rolling and all that, then yeah, you're just kind of farming for vanity heroes at that point. So it doesn't really make any difference. Traits is like interviewing people for a job and then settling for the person you don't want because only 3 people applied. That is true. That's exactly what it is like. Yeah, I hate fucking respecking. I think respecking is the most bullshit thing as well.
Champion of decay.
It's like, what's the point of even specking into anything if you just can respec it whenever you want? It just fucking totally ruins the immersion. Like, I think that's one of the big problems with this game actually. Like, there's so much stuff is just kind of like what's it called, amusement park, you know what I mean? Like it's just all these fun toys to play around with. Nothing really means anything. There's not really any consequences to anything, you know, like it. Yeah, just I don't know, the respecking I think really damages the kind of realness feeling of the game, you know. It was just, I feel like the respecking thing I feel like was kind of like a, yeah, like a bad solution to the problem. Like the problem was basically people would constantly complain about them confederating a lord late in the campaign, and they'd already spent all their skills on shitty skills that people didn't want. And so basically to fix that, they brought in respecking, but the respecking then basically destroyed the whole kind of value of choosing a specific spec, because you can just respec it whenever the fuck you want, you know what I mean? So it's like, do you know what I mean? Like they fixed one little thing that was not even a fucking problem in my opinion, and they broke the whole fucking game to a certain extent, you know. I don't know, that's how I feel about it anyway.
Soul taker of Nurgle. We have moved enough. Our enemies are...
AI, fuck yeah. AI is gonna replace us all. There'll be a, you know, a couple of years from now, there'll just be like a better looking middle-aged guy with a beard who can talk better than me, streaming to you guys instead of me. But he'll be AI generated, obviously. He's being able to confederate a design mistake, yeah. Oh, what do with that? Is that other lord?
Dominance through decay. Haste brings folly.
Oh, we got attrition from money, yeah. We get 95 infections a turn. That's not bad.
Bring me them.
If I loot and occupy this, I think we should get a rebellion next turn. That'll give us a little bit of extra infections. And we might be able to build our barracks.
Plague Weaver.
But yeah, no, I mean, yeah. I guess save laws do allow you to do certain builds that you couldn't really do otherwise. So they're cool. They're cool for that. Yeah, well, actually, saving lords is fine because you can easily just not do it. That's what I find, like, because I value that kind of immersion, I guess, and that kind of replayability. So most of the time I just don't use save characters. So, and then I get, you know, I still get, it doesn't cause any harm to my campaign. Like all the criticisms I said about the save characters, none of that applies. It doesn't actually impact me negatively at all because I just don't use them, and it's really easy and fine to do that. But on the other hand, there is some value to be had from it, which obviously a lot of you guys like to use them, and I do too sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Use what's fun. Like, because that's the thing. As much as my general rule is for normal campaigns, I don't use any save characters because I like that self-found thing. But on the other hand, I do occasionally do campaigns that are specifically based on specifically using save characters. So, you know, and those campaigns like wouldn't be possible without the save characters, you know.
For my studies.
Rip old Jamaican train. Yeah, indeed. They got no mage, they got no AoE. So we can just kind of take our time beating them up. Still such a massive AoE on this thing. Pretty cool. Nice. No, those Furies are dead. They might reforge. But I'm kind of sick of trying to keep them alive, actually. But I mean, they're dead already, so there's no point worrying about it, basically. That's the deal. Get a good bounce there. No, it didn't. Get him? Not quite. They're tough as hell, these tyrants. They're so strong. Yeah, once I get that Death Herald, be good. Finally be able to kill these guys. Be just about it. Best possible summon is the Bloodletter. Yeah, I'm kind of working my way around to playing an Arbal campaign. I feel like Arbal on the Old Realms campaign could be cool. Is Arbal in Old World Classic? I get most of my enjoyment out of the early game in Warhammer 3, so I stopped worrying about late game. Yeah, pretty much. Well, yeah, it's sort of like that for me too. But also, I just realized that, like, see, when I first started playing Total War, yeah, I used to build everything towards late game. Like, I wouldn't really worry about early game units. I'd spec everything into, like, you know, my tech tree and my character skills and everything into try to buff late game units, because I was just like, I'm only going to use these early game units for a short amount of time, you know. But then I kind of got more into and I would favor factions that how Tyrion gives you like upkeep reduction on like archers and spearmen, like they're like really low tier early units, you know. So my old kind of mentality was, you know, Tyrion's not that great because of that, because eventually I'm going to want to have fucking Sisters of Avalon or whatever, you know. So just as an example, obviously Tyrion was always great, but you know, but like, yeah, but now I'm like, I much more see that factions like Tyrion's, for example, that have like a great early game advantage, like that's like an early game advantage is a just overall game advantage. Yeah, the early game is super important. Like if you ruffle stomp the early game, then you're going to ruffle stomp the whole rest of the game as well. It's like people like say that Dark Elves are bad because, you know, at first you've got the Black Arcs and you can dominate everything around the ocean, but then like eventually when you go to conquer all of the inland areas, like you don't have your Black Arcs anymore, and it's a pain in the ass because you don't have global recruitment and all that stuff. But like, you know, by the time you've conquered everything that's got a coastline, you've fucking won the game already. You're dominating. You have your army. You've got like a faction that's triple the size of anyone else. So it's like, who gives a shit? You know, you can just you're probably bored of the game by then anyway. But if you want to conquer the rest of the world, you can. You know. And there's not really anywhere that's like that far away. You know, like even like the center of the Darklands is not that far away from. Is only like 3 or 4 turns march away from the edge of the map, from the port.
Inception is inevitable.
But anyway, yeah. Sorry. The point is, yeah, I think early game's important. Bal's not on the classic version, just Scarbrand. Oh yeah, I checked that already, didn't I? It's a bummer. Maybe I should try the non-classic version with the 70. No, I'm pretty sure I've tried it before with the 75% miners kill, then it was really slow. It's not so much the turn times. The turn times are okay. It's the loading out of the battles. Like whenever I load into a battle and then I finish the battle and then I load back into the campaign map, it takes like fucking 10 minutes to load the campaign map again. Yeah, I don't know if maybe I haven't got enough RAM or CPU's not good enough or something. I don't know. I think it's my RAM. But I can't buy any new RAM. It's too expensive. I can say. Take out second mortgage for another 16 gigabytes of RAM, yeah. Brutal. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll loot and occupied in order to try to intentionally trigger a rebellion. Ah, fuck. Didn't quite get it. Then I guess it's to 88. Oh wait, no, if I come out of the settlement. Let's take us to 90... 94? How much public order stuff have we got? Anything? I don't think I have any public order stuff.
Champion of decay.
Having fun as Vlad on the old world map. That was I think that was my first old world campaign I played was Vlad.
Very useful. My next meal brings itself to me. Let the world fester! Befoul the world! There is much to do! Death and decay!
Right, well, we've got a lot of resources land. But it's not really getting us closer to playing Mordheim most of the day. Yesterday got me in the mood for vampires. Oh man. I'm still like hanging to play Mordheim, but I just can't quite get my head around what action to play. I think I had a dream last night about playing Mordheim. I just realized I had this memory of doing some stuff with Mordheim yesterday or the day before, and it didn't happen in real life. So, that was a dream. I had a Mordheim dream. Yeah, in my dream, I think I somehow like I had a dream that I was playing like I was going to play DIE or something to make it, or some sort of like hardcore rules to make it, you know, more exciting, special or whatever, make it worth starting your campaign. And then I had the epiphany that I could play Witch Hunters because I want to try to get my rep up on my Witch Hunters. But then I'd have to use my existing campaign, which you can't use DIE for DIE rules. So you got to start a new fresh campaign with DIE rules. So it wouldn't work anyway. Damn. It made sense in dream logic.
cultist of the Fly Lord.
Chaos sorcerer of Nurgle.
Pestilent warrior.
Plague. Ridden.
Plague soldier.
Count. Victims. First.
So fun on that. What is it that you reckon makes them particularly fun on that map? I mean, I feel like House Dwarfs are super fun just on the normal map. I feel like Wood Elves, I feel like are not that much fun on the normal map for me. But I'm hoping that playing Wood Elves on the old world map would make them more fun. I woke myself up snoring, thought it was a kitten in the garden. Nice.
Yes, I feel the power.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I guess I've got, like, so... Yeah, I don't know. I just do well with a lot of lands. I know Gren makes very fun early mid-game objective, and expanding the train lines is fun late game objective. Oh yeah, nice. Starting to see the potential of Skaven in Mordheim or in Warhammer? I wonder if I want to stop this rebellion now.
Defiler.
I am more than just a leper in armor.
See, if he gets this to tier 2, then we're in trouble.
Pestilence is all.
Chosen great weapons. So expensive, but so good.
Nurgle's chosen.
I need them. Can't afford them, but I need them.
We endure and thrive.
I'll just go for some non-great weapon ones. Oh fuck, no, I can't. I'll be broke. Damn. All right. Well, as soon as we shenanigans Greasus, I'm going to spend all of his money on Chosen.
They can follow if they wish.
Yeah, I think my problem with Mordheim is that, like, you know, like if I'm like, for example, like if I'm playing like if my faction choice in Warhammer, for example, like if I'm playing Khalfrans or a faction that I really like, I'm just kind of getting this low level dopamine hit all the time from just liking the faction, just loving the look of the units, loving the heroes and everything. It doesn't even, like, you know what I mean, like if the, like, depending on what's going on in the campaign and everything or whatever, that's like makes it better or worse. But even just baseline, I'm just enjoying it already just from playing it. And it's kind of the same when there's a lot of people watching the stream. Like if the stream, you know, so like, you know, 40, 50 is like kind of probably like the low end of what we usually get, you know. So like 80, 100 is probably like more like what you would usually get if we were starting a new series or something. You know, and if we're up to like 200 plus, then that's like that's a really good stream for me, you know, or you know 180 stuff like that. That's like if we're getting those sort of numbers, that feels like a good stream for me. And like so when you're getting like quite good numbers of views, that's almost like I'm kind of getting that low level dopamine hit just from that, you know what I mean? And conversely, if the stream has very low numbers, like at the back of my mind, I've got that little bit of like, oh, this is a shit stream. People don't really like this, you know, and I'm like kind of paranoid all the time that everything I'm doing is like shit or whatever, you know? So that's the problem that I'm kind of having with Mordheim at the moment. Like I'd love to just play a normal campaign of Mordheim and just cruise along, but the view numbers would be super low. And then that will kind of make me just feel bad all the time, you know? And so it's like, so I'm trying to like think of basically a Mordheim campaign that would actually get people to watch it. So that I won't feel bad all the time when I'm streaming it, you know? That's basically where I'm at with Mordheim at the moment.
Dominance through decay. We are a blind
But I don't know, my mentality about these things does sort of change from day to day.
leader.
Sometimes I'm just happy to cruise along, just play, you know, just play streams to nobody day after day because I've just decided to play some game that no one cares about. But yeah.
Oil and churn.
All right, I think we better deal with these guys. We're full health now, so we don't need to worry about replenishment. So we'll just nip back over here for a second. Knock him out. These guys might be able to solo this.
With hateful certainty.
Firemouth Garrison? Yeah, nah, probably not.
I am ascendant. The Fly Lord demands haste. Commander of Rot. We have yet.
Yeah, they'll have the 4 there. Maybe do a popular stream and then drift into Mordheim when you're ready to chill. Yeah, yeah, well, that's good for that, yeah. 88 minus 10, so we're not even going to get a rebellion. Oh.
Befoul the world. Defiler. Fetid and vile is our spore. By all father's will.
Death before life.
What do we need? Another 50. Yeah, next turn we'll get it. So where should we set up our... where do you reckon would be a pretty soft area that we could set up our empire? Like Talabek land, maybe? Actually, yeah, Talabek land could be good, and we could maybe vassalize Vestas. I'm usually more of a, if I have fun doing something, people will come and watch type of guy. I doubt long-time viewers would enjoy watching and have a hard time. Oh no, well, yeah, I mean, obviously I want to have fun. I want to do what I'm going to enjoy doing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would enjoy playing Mordheim for me personally, like if I was just playing offline or whatever. But if I stream it again, it's like very low view numbers. Like just I'm playing Mordheim right now and I've got like 40 people watching, like we have right now, actually. But I know that if I just went and started a new Karl Franz campaign, I'd have 200 people watching. You know what I mean? Like, there's a little bit of a, like, you know, negative feeling also to that. Depends on the situation, but yeah.
This is our mottled host.
It's sort of a balancing act, yeah. So yeah, for me, so I think for a lot of people, like they're trying to make a career, their primary goal is to make a career out of YouTube and make a lot of money and all that kind of stuff. Or at least just, you know, be able to not work and just do YouTube, which I would love to be able to do. But for me, the primary goal is to do what I like, and then secondarily to that, try to make a living out of it or try to make some income out of it so that I can do it more. Basically, you know what I mean? So for me, like, the goal is to do this. And doing it better means I can do it more. You know, basically, you know what I mean? So for me, like it's the reason why that's important is that if like, you know, playing games that I don't like, or doing stuff that I don't like in order to get more views and money doesn't work for me. You know what I mean? It has to be like finding a way of doing what I want to do, but also making it entertaining or interesting for you guys as well. But yeah, I think you're right. Like you don't like if you're playing a game that you don't like or you're not enjoying it, then it's not going to be probably not going to be as good of a stream anyway.
I will see this world.
Ah, thanks, Eves. I'm all right. I played it a lot. That's the main thing, I think.
Lord of
Anything Mercy plays is interesting and endlessly watchable. Thanks, Jonathan.
Champion of Decay.
Actually, I don't need movement. We just need stats.
I shall use it well.
Oh, we got some Nurglings now. Sweet. Yeah, all right. So,
We need better ground.
huzzah. Oh, Vile Seed. Nice. Really forgotten about this. But it's sort of funny, like the factions that that don't really need it are the ones that get it. But yeah, this Vile Seed, I'll put that on a one of these guys. That'd be pretty good. Your extra healing cap. I mean, it's not going to help him much in auto resolve, but if it was an actual battle, it'd be pretty good. Oh wow, check this, an enchanted item with 2 uses of Blight Boil on it. Sick, I'll grab that instead. Are we doing the Medieval 3 review thing? Well, I don't know, 58% of people say no, they don't care about that. I kind of feel like we have a responsibility as Warhammer nerds to do it though. A Total War nerd, sorry. Oh, you watched it? Yeah, I was thinking about doing I was thinking about watching it on stream and reviewing it. Not reviewing it, just watching it and talking about it with you guys, basically. So yeah, I think actually this for auto resolve that's probably better because of the 20 armor. These give you melee defense. That gives you melee attack. Weapon strength 15%. 15% weapon strength is probably better than 6 melee defense, maybe. And do any of these give you anything good? Not really.
Noxious growth. Leader of the dominance through decay.
There are 2 little thunder barges. You mean in this campaign? Can we skip? I think that the Medieval 3 stream goes for an hour and 20 minutes. Can we like skip part of it, or is the whole thing like pure gold?
An offering to the Plague Lord. The Plague Lord wills it.
Mercy agrees the PvP player beat him in PvP. Your battle style is tuned to AI. Well, the PvP player that I was playing was Anticity, who's like the best, like one of the best players in the world. So I feel like I was always destined to lose. I did win 1 game. I think I won 1 out of 5 or something. But he was trying some like whack build that was like experimental at the time. The early discussion stuff was interesting. The actual showcase is pretty cool. Yeah, cool. All right, let me check this out. Sorry, I'm trying to make a thumbnail. Alright, what's it called? It's called Building Medieval 3. Sorry guys, 1 sec, I'll pop this up in a second. All right, so we're going to so yeah, I'm just going to pop up this dev chat in a second. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Is my head in the way there? Maybe I'll stick it down here for now. All right, cool. Yeah, I think we're all ready to go. Just... get it on.
Then settlements, I think, is what we titled it in the end.
That's right.
Thank you very much, everyone who's tuned in, or everyone who's watching this after the fact. We have some really cool, interesting stuff to
Settlements
show.
and walls.
It was settlements and walls. Now it's
Settlements and walls. Now sieges and settlements.
We've had a lot of names.
Okay. I was
But yes, we're here to talk about all those kinds of things, right?
I'm echoing.
We will. In fact, I can throw up a little bit of what we will be talking about. There we go. Fancy swipe again. So we've got three kind of distinct bits today. And we have two esteemed guests who many of you will recognise from last time who will talk us through this. So firstly, we'll be talking about our vision. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that is more of a discussion, right? So we'll be talking through that. Then we have a tools workshop where Life here has brought some videos to show along. That sounds a little bit like a show and tell, but
it is.
kind of is. And then we have some in-engine demonstrations, right? Where we'll be booting up the game in-engine to show off some of the stuff.
That's right. Yeah, last time we showed campaign, our campaign build, and we wanted to show one of our battle prototypes today.
So,
I think it's sort of during the announce. We talked a lot about the game overall, of course, and it was maybe a little bit more campaign focused. Last stream, of course, campaign, so it was really overdue to really dig into battle a little bit. I know everyone's super eager probably to see in-engine stuff. Last time I got a message on my phone mid-stream from people in the developer team who said, show the footage, show the game, too much talking. But it's obviously important. Like, we want to bring everyone on board, make sure that everyone's thoughts and feedback is even more relevant because it's sort of, we had a chance to bring everyone on the journey of the line.
And we're not used to showing the game this early on. You're not used to seeing our games this early on, so I think it's very important for
gameplay, but also the artistic realization of it, and sort of trying to bring all the experts that we have for the different disciplines.
I'll put a link in there for the chat for you guys if you want to, jump around with yourself.
Try to align everyone and bring on the same journey.
Fantastic.
So a bit like with...
See mostly in the forums when you come talk to us, given these playable as we head towards production and ultimately in production. So these building medieval streams are there for us to kind of show you the guts and all of the process.
Just doing the same intro they did last time, just basically saying about how they're
final,
showing stuff, but
everything
it's
is work in progress. Some
work
things
in
are more
progress,
finished than
blah,
others.
blah, we heard all this stuff before.
Kicked off yesterday, right? And we've got it here today.
This morning. This is from this morning, yeah.
So it's just us kind of trying to show what we've got and have discussion about it. We last time we had a bunch of questions and we asked people those questions. You put out a recap blog, mentioning some of the things we learned about that. I think people can expect to see more of those questions this time, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. As a result of the streams that we're doing, that we're actively kind of
and get involved. It is.
So it's about, they wanting to give you feedback, they're going to read the feedback, get involved in development.
Awesome.
Blah, blah.
So the first topics we have are more discussion-y. We do have some art to show, which I think we
like historical taught work great in the first place, and that's really that.
This guy's cool.
Simulation of
What's his name?
a medieval battle or any historical setting, right? It's not necessarily about making a game with let's say all the conventions of game design, but really about a simulation of what would an army between two epic armies, a battle between two epic armies look like, and then ultimately allowing you as a player, of course, to let's say choreograph your own Hollywood epic cinematic clash.
Yeah, and a challenge is often actually fighting against the gaminess and the contrivedness of a game experience. Actually, trying to get that evocative kind of recreation of the historical battles or that Hollywood experiences.
You see how
that
in this picture how you've got the
really important because that
kind
makes
of,
it feel real.
camp
It
behind.
makes it feel like you're there. You're looking at your armies invading the eastern enemy finally, right? And I think last time on the campaign stream we talked a lot about the notion of window to the world, which is certainly a mantra or a pillar, how we call it. A mantra we always going to come back as part of development, and battle, it's even more important. The comparison is always where's Wally, right? So that idea of opening up the history book and seeing that big vista of a battle, and you you look around and you see all this lovely detail.
Where's Waldo for those that not outside of England?
We don't know any other versions of Wally.
I think it's where's Walter in German.
Okay, where's Walter? There you go. Yeah, it's having that is that cause and effect, which is not just from the kind of impact of entities or actions in battle, but also the impact of the connectedness of campaign to battle, seeing the features of the campaign in the battle. It's the you know, and it's also that kind of individual. The individual soldiers are behaving in a way that gives you that essentially that window to the world that you can really, you know, immerse yourself in, you know, in the setting.
And a big part of the window to the world of the simulation is, of course, morale, and sort of we call it the psychology of battle. Like, you know, your soldiers aren't, you know, androids who are, you know, marching for you. They're real people, real fighting men and sometimes women who are on the battlefield. And I think really elevating the importance of morale is a key part of Medieval 3. If you've been part of the discussions in the forums, you would know that there was a really cool proposal by Invicta around unit cohesion, and cohesion is certainly something we talk a lot about, like where, yeah, you could have relatively high morale, like you're still uplifted, you believe in victory, but something else brings you in disarray and your organization, your discipline is weakened.
Like the isolation of entities from the rest, kind of impacting on that.
For example.
Yeah.
So I think really almost like thinking of morale, not just this one bar that you care about, but really what are the facets of morale is a big part of how we approach battle as a whole.
Yeah, if like two or three guys got separated from the pack, and
about,
like you'd think those three would break
all of these elements
separately from the rest of the unit.
Especially when it comes to things like unit matchups. So it isn't just as easy as Unit A counters Unit B, right?
Yeah, and absolutely, and the different kind of impacts of be it the terrain, the environment, the other kind of events within the battle that can impact on the effectiveness of a unit, the psychology of the unit essentially.
And yesterday we had a design discussion with the team where a great example came up around knights, right, and how knights in the medieval battlefields, they were essentially not really a unit you could counter. Like there isn't a unit that you have where you're like, oh yeah, these are anti-knight units. So you really have to think about, okay, how can I now apply almost like grand tactics to ultimately, let's say, engineer a situation over multiple decisions, perhaps using multiple units to bring these knights down.
Perhaps wear them down, utilizing ground types.
And that ties into the importance of fatigue. Maybe you can bring in almost multiple waves of poor peasants that ultimately whittle down the prowess of these knights, and then you lure them into difficult terrain, like so many historical examples. That would be a great sort of experience.
I know you've looked at the TV. I don't know why the screenshots are on the TV. It worked 2 minutes before we went live. So you've spoken a bit there about fatigue. What would you say is the aim for the pace of a battle in Medieval 3?
Yeah, so that's something that we talked a lot about. As you can imagine, that all Total War titles previously, I think they're almost like they have roughly a similar pacing, but they're clear differences.
Shift, yeah.
Exactly, shifting sort of the Total War feel, shifting that around, and we're very curious about what the community thinks, what the feedback is. But I think our aim currently is to slow down tempo a little bit. Ultimately making sure that your decisions, you feel like you're able to make more strategic decisions that you can layer on top of each other. A more pronounced sense of phases, and talk about that a little bit more in a bit, but essentially almost like getting the feel across that, okay, now's the skirmishing phase. Now let's first think about how can I dominate the skirmishing phase of battle? How can I set up that first clash of the lines, and then okay, now the lines have clashed. What do I do now? So a little bit more of that strategic feel in battle,
for sure. And obviously the army makeup and setup will affect that depending on the type of battle. But so it's always going to be a kind of sliding scale of sorts. But yeah, basically more time to think strategically. So
I can see some people talking about it. I can see chat. It's going very fast. So if the team out there see anything that they think we want to answer, I'll pull from it. But some people are asking, what is this an in-game screenshot? Is it concept art? What are they kind of looking at here?
Well, this is of course concept art. So this is not in the game or in engine. But I think it illustrates some of the things we talked about here with the window to the world, in a sense of how the UI is meant to be really lightweight. It doesn't get in the way of the experience. One thing that I think we really love about some of the titles like Medieval 2 is how the UI and the sort of almost like skeuomorphic, like the flags in the world that feel really like one. It doesn't get in the way of the experience, and I think that's sort of the benchmark we are honing in on. Obviously all very early, but that's sort of a target look and feel shot here ultimately.
Yep.
The other thing that Pav already mentioned, campaign battle connection. Something that I think we care a lot about is that when you are in the battle, you can almost recognize where am I on campaign. You can locate the battlefield, you know where it is, or vice versa, right? Like when you see your location on campaign, you know, okay, if I load in, I will roughly have sort of this environment. That's sort of highlighted here by these mountain ranges, which aren't just, let's say, cool vistas in the background. They are there because it represents your location on campaign.
And I think we've touched on it in the past. I think I even responded in a forum that it's been a challenge for all of our titles. We've achieved it to varying degrees, different games, from different systems, giving us that kind of connection. So we're trying to find the right balance between having the clear campaign kind of landmarks and areas presented in battle that are recognizable, immersive, but in a way that's sustainable for our teams to be able to create and test as well, crucially.
I did see a question from chat, and I don't know if you even have an answer for this at the moment, but I think I saw it a couple of times of so firstly people commenting on the pace and what you've spoken about, which actually is a question we're going to throw to in a minute, so we'll get back to that. But asking about what kind of size maps you would be aiming for, and if you're aiming to make bigger maps to help slow down that experience, or if it's about other mechanics within the map, right? The terrain, the unit types.
Yeah, so that's of course a very it's a contentious topic. I think we replied to this very specifically in the forums, so some people would have seen it, but we think of like Total War has a very specific game feel in battles, and there's a certain sense of, okay, how many control pieces do I have? How many pieces do I care about and have to maneuver around the battlefield? Sometimes it can be challenging, lots of pausing required because just so much is going on. So currently our aim is to represent a roughly similar army size in terms of control pieces. That then translates, of course, into, let's say, how many soldiers you would overall expect on the battlefield. And that then translates a step further into the environment, where the environment is too vast. It feels like that proverbial sausage in the hallway kind of thing. Like it has to have a certain tightness overall. So
you gotta keep it tight. So they're saying that the same amount of control pieces, so probably still going to have like 20 stacks, but that's like 20 units that you're going to control. But the actual unit sizes, instead of having 80, 100, 120, 160, the units could be like 200, 300 men in a unit or something. You know what I mean? Who knows? But yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm a bit torn. Like in a way, I remember in Medieval 2, sometimes you have these huge battlefields and it'd take you like 10 minutes to march over to actually engage the enemy. And it was sort of cool in a way because it gave you that bit of that realism. But at the same time, you know what I mean? I feel like it's a bit boring as well. You kind of want a bit of ability to maneuver, but you don't want to have to like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like the size of the maps, I feel like the size of the maps, most of the maps in Warhammer 3 are okay. Maybe they could be a little bit bigger, but maybe still keep it so that you could maybe make the maps a little bit bigger, but make the deployment zones still the same size and still like close to each other. So basically, if you want to, you can try to set up as far away as possible, but there's a limit how far away you can get, but then instead of being like currently the deployment zone is quite often like pretty close to the edge of the map, so you could still have the same deployment zone but have a bigger map, but you have to like walk further to get to the edge. The maps don't need to be bigger. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the bigger maps do give you a bit more of a sense of realism. Like the edges of the map are very fucking immersion breaking. Like, the world doesn't have an edge of the map. You know what I mean? So I think like having larger maps so that you don't encounter the edge as much. And again, keeping that deployment zone smaller in the middle, but then having a bit more map around it. You know what I mean? I think there's some value in that, but yeah, and I don't know. there are some maps that do, when you've got a full 20 stack or you've even got 40 stack, you know, it does feel a bit tight in some of the maps, you know, like, because like in, you know, like I think like in Caesar, you know, ancient Rome time, sometimes you'd have armies that were so big that their front line would stretch over miles and miles and miles. So, you know what I mean? You kind of want a bit of that maybe. The more distance between armies also means more time for artillery fire. Yeah, but I mean, in Warhammer 3, you can already set up further away than your artillery reaches. So do you know what I mean? So if you're setting up, if you're at 110% of your artillery range, or you're at 300% of your artillery range, how much more artillery fire do you get? You get the same amount. You know what I mean? So it's not like the maps are already big enough for you to get the maximum amount of artillery.
To your question, yes, it's very much to do with the...
Yeah, some of the maps I feel like can be a bit tight, yeah. So maybe a little bit bigger, but I reckon still keep the deployment zones close together and smallish.
We are focusing on that kind of core Total War experience within Warcore, and making sure that we can you know get all of those pieces.
What's going on with these banners as well? Are the banners like held by actual dudes?
Without introducing...
I mean, the banners look really cool, I reckon. I like how they've got the little banners as well and stuff. Just, I love like how they're... I feel like they're trying to infuse that medieval feel into the mechanics and the look and everything.
Discussion of momentum, if there's anything else you wanted to talk about with that for context.
Yes, so it's ultimately the idea that... So when we looked at a few historical, like cool benchmark battles, right? What became really apparent is that the most dramatic battles, the ones you would want to see a movie about, are the ones where sort of victory was snatched away from the jaws of defeat, right? Where sort of something looked pretty bad and then something happened somewhere on the battlefield and the battle was turned around. And that's sort of the notion of momentum, that if you would watch the battle, you would see, oh, things are going poorly, but then momentum turns around.
Yeah.
And, you know, of course, Grunwald is an example where the Teutonic Order was kind of sort of doing pretty well, almost winning, and then things turned around. Bouvin, Battle of Bouvin is another example. Agincourt to a degree as well, even though it's famous more for other things, but also a case of not necessarily just that the underdog is winning, but rather that one side is doing poorly and then can turn things around.
Yep.
And that's something we're really eager to represent. Again, morale comes into this a little bit, where so you could imagine it as you're a soldier on the battlefield, okay, and you see someone on the right doing a heroic stand, winning perhaps a battle that weren't supposed, or nobody thought possible that they would win. And that sort of sparks and creates hope and then ripples through the army, almost like a positive, we have chain routing, of course, but almost like a positive jolt of hope. That can easily be
cool
squashed
idea.
again.
Instead
you know,
of,
it's not like,
as well as chain routing, have like chain,
avalanche is turning,
you know, boosting.
Can create a spark where you can either achieve victory yourself, or where you, if you're doing well in battle, you have to be mindful and be careful. Like,
the right battle cry in the right moment, right?
Yeah, the right kind of general snipe in the right moment. You know, it's something that gives you more agency and hope as well. You know, even things are looking like you're pretty much done. There's a hope, there's a chance, and it kind of the simulation plays into that as well. That it's not just contrived kind of gamey step by step. No, these things can happen if you play it right.
Yeah.
You can turn.
Yeah, what I'm really looking forward to in a historical or when I'm medieval 3 is like less gaminess and more simulation, like more mechanics that feel like they're representing a real world. You know, I think that's what they were talking about when they were talking about the window into the world thing.
They get squashed immediately, right? So
it's like watching people for the first time press the button in Shogun 2, where they dismount and go into the square.
Like I still want to have like fun abilities and stuff, but I want them to feel like they represent what it would really be like to fight in those times in some way.
Different scenarios that can play out and the stories you can tell, I think, is really.
And that thing they were talking about having the map feel like you've just zoomed in from the map, and it feels like an actual location in the big map.
So if it's right with you, I'll throw to the question that we're going to be asking. And we'll all hope all of the things work. I think they do. So these are the two questions we have for our battle vision. So the first is, what is the most essential battle mechanic needed to create an authentic representation of land battles? And how have you felt about the pace and speed of battles in past titles? So is there anything maybe you'd want to add to that first one? So what would you see as a battle mechanic, if that's what they're thinking about?
Yeah, so I mean, we've thrown around a lot of terms here and sort of features and mechanics. But I think it's great to hear the expectation and wants of people and wishes. Ultimately cohesion is something that we had a lot of internal chats around discipline, and then seeing the discussion in the forums and in Victor's proposal on cohesion, we're like, oh yeah, maybe we should really look at it more from a cohesion angle, and we saw the benefits and we sort of merged our approach, right? So I guess if there are other things people want to really throw into the room, we will absolutely take it into our discussions.
We haven't spoken about supplies, for example. Yep. There's lots of different things that we could,
ammo, the classic.
Yeah.
And anything then on the pace and speed of battles? Any extra context you want to give?
Yeah, well, we talked about.
See, it's hard with stuff like this because I haven't actually watched Invicta's video. I think I did see something about it, but I'm not sure if I watched it all. But I think I did watch a bit of it at least.
I think would be good to know.
But
I think it's
like the thing with the stuff like that is like, it might be like a really good, super realistic thing, but then it might feel shit to play. So that's like the thing. I don't really want to see. I don't really want to see mechanics that are gamey and don't feel realistic.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, just because it's realistic, I don't necessarily want it to be in if it's shit and not fun as well.
The forum posts are up yet, just so I know whether to push people there or tell them to hold. But for now, then we can move on to our second section of our vision, which is now we've got the foundation, right? We all know.
But I think one of the cool things as well is if you have like morale as a really strong mechanic and you have like cohesion as a really strong mechanic, and either of those things can fuck up a unit. On the other side of that, you can have like super elite, super highly trained units that are like partially immune to that stuff, and then that makes them feel like even more heroic and even more like your favorite unit because they just, they never get out of cohesion and they never break and they just fight to the death and kind of thing.
And you fight a few decisive battles, and then an outcome is made, like peace is made, a deal is struck, and you have that sort of rhythm. And we see,
or maybe not to the death, but they're better enough
to climactic moments, right? Like when you first defeated the enemy king in battle, and he's fleeing to his capital, and then that's where the final stand is made, and that's where you crush and obviously achieve ultimate victory. So Siege has some of the climactic pieces in that War and Peace cycle.
So a huge investment in time and effort, and it's not something that we want to occur, every other turn. Lots of sieges all at once. So it's that's where the War and Peace cycle, the pacing of war comes in really.
Yeah. That's again sort of a, let's say, an assumption in terms of community sentiment is that in past titles maybe we had a bit too many sieges, and I think that's something we looked at where also from an authenticity point of view, like a medieval war wasn't just siege after siege after siege. Even you see campaigns in Italy would have been counterpoint to that. But I think good to say verify with that one. Yes, so that's the first part. That's basically the context. So the way we think about it is less sieges, they're rarer, but they're more epic, right? So and really leaning into a lot of things we now talked about in terms of battle. A bit slower pace, a clear rhythm, right? When you think of sieges, you really think of, okay, it wasn't just about the wall. It was really about, almost like overcoming the settlement itself. Ties into big legacy features from past titles that we're really excited to bring back, multiple layers of walls, where you can see that rhythm forming where, a big clash when you attack the outer walls, then a bit of a, let's say, regroup period for both armies, and then again, big pace.
And again, a clear campaign to battle connection where you're investing in the defenses of your city within the campaign. You're upgrading your walls. You're upgrading different elements, and that's represented in battle. So your investment in campaign is directly represented in what you're seeing in the battlefield and how many layers of wall or defenses you have to defend or as an attacker fight through.
So how paranoid you are will really affect how easy it is then to defend when you're attacked.
Yeah. And that's, of course, again, like the window to the world, right? Where you, I think last time, talked a lot about window to the world is the immersion, the detail, but also reaching through and manipulating the world and leaving your mark. And that's definitely something we're going to come back to in a bit.
A fair few people asking if moats are something you'd consider.
Yes. Yep.
That's so far. That's the intent. If we can make them work.
I didn't know if they were in the in-engine demonstration that we have.
No, not yet. They're actually just this morning. I think this morning was a post. Oh, I have a first version of it working. Yeah, it's not in this one though.
We increased the depth by some meters this morning.
Make it harder to swim across.
That would be an example. Last time I believe we talked about building perks, which was a term that people we didn't like, and I mean we didn't like.
No.
I believe Cody Bonds, he was suggesting
improvements.
building improvements.
Yeah, building improvements.
Yeah, maybe a candidate. But modes is something we consider as a good example for that, where on campaign you generally upgrade walls as a separate building chain, and then a mode would be something like an improvement you attach on top.
Yeah. But we'll get to that later. I think we've got a question where we're gonna put to everyone about that as well.
Then,
just to show one, that we were, let's say, we're cultured enough. Great inspiration that we had. Luke, one of our senior designers, he found this very, very early on. It was sort of a driving force. It's a painting by Éloi Firmin-Ferron about the siege of Rhodes when the Hospitaliers captured it in early 14th century. I've seen it. Yeah.
Screen's broken.
And it's sort of a really, let's say, vibrant
cool
and evocative picture of a siege, like painting of a siege, where you really get that sense of, where's Wally or Waldo or Walter. The window to the world, you see that detail, but you also see the carnage and you see the emotion that's in it. So I think a great picture to sort of, that was the early driving force behind our concepts.
fantastic. Then, if it's right with you guys, we will ask the question we have for the Art Vision section, Sieges, and then we will move on. So, I believe, question 2. Yes. So the first one of these is very similar to the last one, which is what is the most essential battle mechanic needed to create an authentic representation of siege battles? So we'll have the answers for land battles, but if something, it could be the same answer, right? It could be that something is really key for both, but if you think there's something that's more important for sieges, this gives the opportunity to air that out. And then, how important are 360-degree sieges, which is attacker deployment fully encircling the city for you, and how often are you making use of multi-pronged attacks? That might be one worth explaining.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's our understanding that one of our key, let's say, the manifests of Total War siege battles is 360 sieges, right? That the entire settlement can be part of your battle space, your battlefield. And it's something that I think we're really keen on bringing back, or have brought back. But one thing that often comes up is essentially restrictions more from a campaign angle. Mm-hmm. There are cities like Leon is an example we talked a lot about, where historically it was always attacked from the south, right? So when you would invade these lands, you would have to attack the city essentially from a fixed angle. So you lose, let's say, the traditional Total War 360 deployment options. You're restricted. For that battle, based on campaign context, you can only attack because of a river or other, typically environmental factors.
And sometimes there's also an authenticity angle where certain settlements were just so vast, to accurately represent them in scale, our battle would contain maybe just one kind of angle, potentially, right? Which is something that comes up as well. If we want to really show the scale of an epic city, we should potentially provide different kind of areas of attack. So it's an interesting kind of dilemma, and something that we always, when we approach a historical Total War, it's a topic that always comes up. Yeah. And again, which is why across our Total War games, there are different approaches and different titles.
There are. I will say, I thought I was going crazy.
It's interesting in the old world campaign how some of the cities have got multiple settlements. So it'd be kind of cool. You could actually siege different parts of the city at the same time. Maybe if you split them up into big cities, like Constantinople could be split up to like 3 different cities or something, maybe joined together or something.
It may be being posted on Twitch. But if you follow that link, either now maybe or after the stream for sure, we will have categories for all these questions. So we will be moving on to our next section, which I have a button. There we go. I'll take us back to the camera. So I think there's going to be some videos to show.
So this finally getting
Paul
to
is the game director, and Leaf
now.
is the creative director.
It's not
and Josh, of course.
in-engine running code yet. These are videos of more our tools, essentially. Talking a little bit about how we're approaching the challenge of authoring our settlements. So
I don't know how often we show tools and
never, I think, or very rarely, or maybe post once we're live.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Producer, if while he's getting that set up, if you can double click the middle third and swap it, because they swapped seats, so it shouldn't be Josh Life Pav, it should be Josh Pav Life. He's just hidden it. That's it, and that's fair. That's his prerogative.
So the guy in the middle is Pav,
okay, you ready
and
for me to
Leaf
come
is
over?
the
yes. So, what are we looking at here? It's a video that Fedon, one of our level designers, recorded recently from our in-game tools of how sort of you author a settlement. And I'm going to play this in a bit, but I think worth going back a couple of steps. So last time we talked about pre-production, and you know, why are things not pretty yet? It's because our artists are really mainly focusing on how are we building all of our assets. Are we building the campaign map, and most importantly, how are we building settlements?
Yeah, and we've and actually, you know, in what you're going to see today, both in the videos and actually in the engine as well, we've had a lot more art team focus on battles in the campaign. Campaign has less of that focus, because on battle, one of our you know, traditionally one of the trickiest, one of the biggest challenges in content is settlement offering. Is the battle map, the connection with campaign, of course, but also it's just the offering of the buildings and the settlements, building the settlements themselves, but also coming up with an elegant way to represent settlements and the different sizes of settlements in Battlefield. Yeah. So we've been progressing further with battle environment art kind of pre-production. But again, what you're seeing is blockouts. These are very pretty blockouts, because, you know, we're constructing our buildings from kit pieces. So the artists are blocking out all the individual bits that make up a building, sticking materials on them, so to get a feel for the balance of where the geometry is going to go, where the materials are going to go, and then obviously these will be then taken and made up as final assets. But these are all blockout assets, no matter, even though they have roof tiles and maybe bricks texture. These are very basic 3D geometry with textures on them. So yeah, everything is, as always, subject to change, because this is pre-production assets.
But why is it such a challenge, right? And I think that's where really our goals of the campaign battle connection is making things difficult for us, but we obviously believe it's worth it. In that, if you think of a single map, like we call it a layout, like here's our layout for Paris. This is just one version of it that we can put together in an editor, right? You have to consider a lot of campaign hooks. Of course, the classic legacy example is campaign buildings, right? You've constructed a massive minster, like a cathedral. You want to see it represented in battle.
You upgraded your walls.
Exactly.
The moats. Yeah. You want to see in battle.
And with Medieval 3, we want to push that angle even more so, right? We talk a lot about rewriting history and leaving your mark on the world, and I think that's where it's really important to represent, okay, what have I done to my cities? Like, what people are living there? Are they wealthy? What culture are they from? How dense is the city population?
Yeah.
30.
But enough talk.
Probably 2030.
So what you're seeing here is
2028.
A single layout. And what the designer here is doing is essentially selecting, you could say, activating different layers, setting the wall level to a different level, changing settlement density, changing the overall size. There's castle wall size, wall height, number of wall layers, right? And you can really see how, let's say,
I'd say 2028 at the earliest.
Smaller city, almost
maybe
like a hamlet,
2030 seems accurate, probably.
And again, you know, as always with these things, we haven't settled on number.
That settlement density,
sizes, on number of upgrades. These are all the things that we're exploring through our prototyping, through our testing. You know, what is the great balance of settlement levels, wall levels, number and size versus, you know.
This is just a demonstration of the map make creation tools, basically. Anthony said the in-engine stuff looks a lot more polished and nice.
And I think what's really exciting about this is, you know, we talked a lot about our timeline and wanting to represent like a sense of progression through the medieval era. So if you think about a single settlement, perhaps your capital, or like a settlement that's, you know, an important trade hub that's fought over a lot, you would essentially see the settlement over the generations and decades and centuries grow and grow over time and really develop in different ways.
It's pretty cool. Like that cathedral would probably take like 30 years for them to build. So that'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting how they represent stuff like that in the game. Like it'd be pretty like, because if you were able to build a big cathedral like that, that would pretty much be your lifetime achievement. You know what I mean? Like, or like 2 lifetimes achievements of 2 kings in a row that had to pay for it. You know.
I remember
So it'd be like, do you know what I mean? Like I kind of feel like buildings in Medieval 3, like you don't give a shit really. But like in Warhammer 3, you don't really give a shit too much. But yeah, like I feel like something like that should actually be like a massive.
For me, it was that window to the world. I could see and immerse myself in the world because I knew there was a world there outside of just my battles. Yeah. So finding a way to do that is definitely. But I think what we're looking at is the campaign. And having that window to the world within the campaign, so you can look at your city in peacetime in the campaign and get that evocative kind of. Yeah,
I would expect them to have different kind of biomes. So like there'd be one like this whole everything that we're seeing here. Like this might be the Spanish version, like the Iberian Peninsula version. But if you're in Africa, it would be a lot more Moorish, you know. And if you're in England, it would be colder, whatever, you know. And if you're in like Eastern Europe, it would be different again.
Sizes of wall, and the widths as well are very different to before. But we'll get to that. But yeah, there's some exciting changes that we're working with.
Gonna swap videos.
Let me put us back to camera then. There we go. Right. So what should we be expecting to see from the second video? I've realised live I haven't seen any of these videos.
Oh really?
I've loaded them all up and I was like, I'm gonna have them all explained to me anyways. Are you ready for me?
Yeah. Yeah. So this is essentially the same thing again, just from a top-down view, which is a little bit less, let's say, window to the world, a little bit less evocative. But I think it shows the footprint really well and how we're really, let's say, capturing a big range of sizes for settlements.
What's this thing down here? Is there like a little grapevine or something? And what's that over there? There's like little peripheral things. Oh, that might be. They were talking last time about if you had like a lumber camp or whatever, there'd be little extra things that would like build out.
I look forward to the videos that analyze every single click on those boxes of what every single option is.
Yeah.
Look forward to In Fear.
All subject to change. Yeah.
Now, of
except
course,
the bits we like.
Except the bits we like, yeah.
What this also helps with, like this very, let's say, systemic view of authoring our cities, is that generally it will have a lot with variety, which is obviously always, like, we can never have enough variety, right? Like, but we all know that feeling of, okay, you rock up to a new settlement and then you're like, oh, yeah, I know that layout, right?
Layout A. I've seen
exactly.
That before. That's the same one I thought in Scotland, but I'm in southern France. Okay.
And I think that this very systemic approach will help to sprinkle in that variety systemically, because they're different culture living there, so the buildings look different. The density is different, so you have more open spaces. Perhaps it's more wealthy or less wealthy, so you get a lot
I didn't
of
see the density.
visual and gameplay variety.
And
I thought the density just meant more shit went around the outside.
Reality, this is where we're trying to find ways that we can effectively offer these settlements to be able to provide the variety and variation for the players, but in a way that's sustainable for us to create, because ultimately we've been constrained in the past with the number of settlements we can produce just because of the sheer time it takes to put them together and the team sizes that we have to do.
And is that what this tool's unlocked then, the ability to?
It's the improvements that we're making to the tool, and safe to say, obviously, all of the tooling that we're seeing here, it's a mix of the tools that we're developing as well as kind of existing. But what we mentioned.
This is getting to the point where the whole map is taken up by the town. It's like a little bit of edge where you can set up.
Here, in some shape, will be available to our modding communities.
Yeah. I think what this top-down view also shows nicely is sort of overall our, let's say, current thinking in terms of sizes. It's again like obviously a topic where I know that some people really care about even larger settlements, but I think one thing we feel like looking back at past titles, Three Kingdoms for example had really big cities, especially at the top end, that ultimately the siege battles didn't feel as great because it's just too much open space, ultimately unused ground. And I think that's where we are. I mean, you can see they're still massive.
Let me bring it back.
But perhaps, how did you describe it? The biggest cities aren't quite as big as in past titles.
Yes, currently. Yeah. I'm thinking. But but again, it's for us to find that right balance, because it's and it feeds to the pace as well. The pace of the battle at the different stages.
So it's density. It doesn't say. It's not really density though. It's
things that we loved.
Yeah, when he was talking about it, he was sort of saying density is how spread out it is, but it's not really how density is, just how big it is. just gets
attack
bigger.
in
Like
different
the
ways,
like
or
you know what I mean. The
different
inner
ways to
buildings are
succeed
still the same
as well.
distance apart.
So yeah, all of these are the different kind of.
But yeah, that's all right. I mean, that's what I assumed they meant by density when they
they
first started doing it. Just it's just
And of course,
population
there
size
can also
basically.
be exceptions. You know, if you think of Constantinople.
Well, yeah, we mentioned in Attila, for example,
Yeah.
we had two exceptions. We had Rome and Constantinople, which were huge compared to everything else.
Baghdad,
So,
yeah. Obviously, for these cities,
Yeah.
we might go a bit larger, but
yeah.
okay. Next video.
You're good to go. Right, I'm just gonna have a quick look at the chat and see if there's anything in there.
You can't hear it.
I kind of just got some people saying, one person saying, I always say some people because I can't read the name quick enough. But it's actually just, it's Mr. Dogbert. Saying
Mr. Dogbert.
Constantinople was the best city siege map.
Yes, it was. Yeah. It was one of my favorites for sure. Well,
Pretty epic,
I
yeah.
loved it
That's
because it
better.
was just so big. And actually, another example of a single attack direction as well.
Yep.
Even though it was technically 360, i.e., it was all within the battle. It was a single attack and had moats as well. Moats.
Okay, you ready for me?
Yes. So this is about walls specifically, wall authoring. This is showing off our new wall authoring tech, which I guess the big highlight is that it allows for non-rectangular shapes
How
essentially.
cool would it be if they put in
wiggly
the
lines,
ability
you
to
could say.
build your own
For anyone,
walls, like
seeing this,
your
that
own
may
wall?
be familiar with,
I wonder, yeah, that would be like
engines, tooling,
if you could actually design your own
It's a standard,
defenses,
right?
that'd be
But
crazy.
no, this is something that our artists have been.
They're not
planning
saying
for
that you
for
can
many,
do that, by
many,
the way.
many years, and we finally have the ability to kind of draw walls, and it gives us far more flexibility when constructing settlements. And again, speaks to that.
Speeds up the process.
Speeds
as
up
well,
the
yeah.
process. So again, sustainable workflows to be able to create more content for the game. It's really good stuff. And again, something that will be available to our modders.
That's just what I was about to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can make a city in the shape of your own name.
If you like, yeah. Will it play? Who knows? Well,
Yeah, see, how does that walkway though? You wouldn't be able to
obviously
walk
see it
through there
And
because
you
this
know, an
one
engine
sort
and a
of
bit, but
stops.
I think what's clearly sticking out is the width of the walls, which is something we looked at. Thanks for Dawn again for giving me the precise numbers. That just to illustrate, Pharaoh had 11 meter sized walls, so
width, yeah.
platforms,
Yep.
essentially like big, right? And here it's 3.5 meters, so really giving you that. Anyone who ever visited a medieval castle or any fortifications, like it's dense.
This has been a legacy challenge. So
Oh, that's
my
cool. The stairs
experience
actually
working
connect
with battles, and we've always struggled with trying to represent kind of authentic scales when it comes to walls, when it comes to roads, paths, avenues.
Streets, yeah.
We used to have a restriction. The restriction was about 32 meters. So if you think past historical titles inside cities, massively wide avenues to help aid pathfinding, AI,
Yep.
and whatnot. And what we've always tried to do is try to find ways to really get those more realistic and authentic scales. And that's what we have here. And that this feeds into the design of the settlements, but also into the tech, the underlying tech, where we're working on the pathfinding and unit control to be able to work with these more realistic scales.
So
And it's not just about the authenticity; it's also a little bit about let's say the carnage of medieval battle, right? Like seeing soldiers being pushed down the wall, and so it's just immersing yourself in that sort of dense, almost claustrophobic environment, right? High up in the air.
So even though you mentioned the settlements maybe the largest maybe a little bit smaller, but there's actually more to do in the sense of within the design,
Verticality, yeah.
because of the level of control you have within the settlement,
Yeah.
and the different approaches.
Yeah, I'd love to see how easy it is for the guys to go up the stairs and get on, mount the
I have
walls
seen a
and
few
unmount the
questions,
walls and stuff.
We will. So that's kind of the end of our tool workshop section. So we will get to the question.
gonna
Before we
show
get
that
there,
later,
this might be
maybe.
useful to set up for our next section, which will be in engine.
In engine, that's
so
what we've
there
all been waiting for.
were some questions asked about AI. Battle AI. Has there been any changes to it to compensate for all of these systems and the
Yes.
kind of new maps?
Yes, I mean we have across across campaign AI and battle AI. These are teams working with the Warcore engine and the changes that we're making. We're absolutely supporting all of these innovations and changes.
Yeah, I mean, we're very much aware about the community expectations around AI. We see one of the main, let's say, especially for the more advanced and experienced players, one of the more prominent sticking points, you could say, for a bunch of our previous titles. So I think really looking at that in detail, is really important.
And we talked about this within the context of the campaign, where we're essentially, we're rebuilding these kind of staple historical Total War, features and building blocks essentially, and the same with battle. We're addressing step by step these key areas that we're keen to achieve, and we're working together with all of the teams to solve those challenges.
Also fair to say, lifting the veil of game development, I think right now in early pre-production our focus is really on almost like establishing what the AI needs to solve.
Yes.
Really making sure that we come up with the right systems that would allow us to build the content and the variety, and that creates the gameplay we want to see and visual experience, and then the AI is then able to actually look at it, okay, now we're going to solve it.
And that's part of pre-production, where we collaborate with the different disciplines, and we pose challenges, and sometimes they're resolved. Sometimes we have to iterate on the direction slightly to work with the constraints that a team may have.
Yep.
And that's the kind of the magic of pre-production, where we're kind of problem solving and figuring out a way out for these challenges. Then when we get to production, we implement and get it done. And then we play the game, and more feedback comes in, and then we iterate more, and that's the beauty
The cycle
of game
continues. Well then, if it's right with you guys, I'm conscious of time. We are probably going to be another 40-ish.
Okay.
So I'll ask the question, and then we can move on to our in-engine demonstration. So hopefully this is the right number. Yes, it is. So, what specific campaign context would you expect to see represented in battle? So some examples there, and some stuff I think you guys spoke about while the videos were playing. So constructed buildings, landmark terrain, and reinforcement of rival positions. So what is campaign context?
Yeah, just overall on that, I think Total War is an interesting franchise where sometimes we joke about it's 2 games in one, right? And sometimes you can see in the community like, oh, campaign is more important, no, battle is more important. I think where we're at is that we understand that the beauty of Total War is both coming together as one experience, where the battles are awesome and cool because they matter because they're part of your campaign. You wouldn't want to just play your campaign. The battles are almost like when you get rewarded for your strategizing, right? Where you can finally zoom in and live through that Hollywood moment. And on the other hand, like battles without campaign, they lack the context, they lack the purpose of them, right? So really bringing both together is a big initiative, you could say, for Medieval 3, bringing them stronger together than before. And that's where this certainly comes in. Like, we're thinking a lot about these connection points, but if there was any, key.
So we talked about a few things like population density. So we're already looking to represent the population density with the buildings that are present in the battle. We talked about things like specific buildings or upgrades, like wall defenses. But anything else that I think would kind of speak to that.
Yeah, that's the problem with more medieval with Warhammer 3. Like the battles are amazing, but the campaign is really weak, and it just doesn't feel like a real world in any way. It just feels like a board game basically when you're on the campaign map.
It's not worth talking about and mentioning in there. So even for the questions of what's the most important mechanic, just because we've said morale, that doesn't mean they go, oh, well, they're doing morale. This is the other thing. It's really useful for us. So we spoke about moats, we spoke about wall levels, knowing what that general expectation, including the things we've spoken about, lets us know where we're on the right track, as well as what wants to be seen in addition.
And likewise, we've called out some of these questions that we're posing here. But if there's something that we've spoken about that someone out there feels strongly about it, stick a forum thread about. Look, you said this. let's dive into it. Let's dig in and discuss.
Yeah, and I know that, or we know that some of the worries of the community out there is that perhaps, okay, how can we strike the balance here between taking a lot of feedback on board, but not trying to serve too many different threads? And I think certainly we do have a clear direction for the game, which is partially founded also on our understanding of the community. Like Roger was saying last week.
It's not too many cooks, right? It's sense checking.
Our egos are big enough to know where.
But I heard there was a big laugh at that when he said that.
But we read everything. We read everything, or as much as we can. We process everything, and we discuss everything that we feel like is really relevant, and we're trying to really.
And it's really interesting because we love our games, we play our games. We're huge fans of Medieval and the game that we're making. Often within the team, we're debating, A or B, and maybe we have an equal 50-50 A or B. And then again, when we look at what the community is saying, we use that in those conversations. Say, well, actually, here is the sentiment around this particular feature. Let's maybe consider that, right? Because we absolutely know what we want to do here with this game. But again, this game is important to everyone. It's Medieval 3, right? So we want to get everyone involved so we can hear what the community voice.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well then, I'm going to swap us back to main camera. So Life is going to get set up I guess an in-engine build.
So this is our
game.
Our game. This is battle currently. This is our settlement prototype, I would say.
So the middle guy's
prototype
Cove,
map,
the guy on the right's Life.
Yeah.
The name tags the
We
bottom
will
row.
be essentially playing, even though we're still building Medieval 3, we'll be playing a
We'll
little
be
bit.
clicking here on there. There's
Which has me slightly anxious, but we'll be actually playing essentially through moments or vignettes, how we call it, right? Like a few key moments in this.
That's right. Yeah, we want to point to some of the things we'll be talking about. So we'll be talking about the various improvements and things we're looking at. Obviously, this is pre-production build. So as we've mentioned before, the buildings, they've got roof tiles, they look pretty. These are blockouts. These are good-looking blockouts that will inform the final art that we produce after. You will see bugs. You will see blobbing. You will see units getting stuck. The animation set is very limited. There are placeholder animations, but still, the animations don't play out as we intend. We're improving. Obviously, we're looking at improving the pathfinding and the behavior currently.
I understand why it's so important for them to go through all these disclaimers every time they show anything, but it's like at the same time I would just let's see it.
I will sit here. And I'll keep interjecting as I see things that, again, UI is also placeholder and work in progress. So even though we've got these kind of banners above the units, as you saw in the concept art, we are looking at.
It's like they have to keep saying it because otherwise people will just go on the forums and post about how shit it looks. But it's like we get it. It's placeholder. Let's see it. Let's see it fucking happen.
And just to showcase like a little, let's say, mechanical nugget here. Another example of sort of perhaps not necessarily psychology.
So they do have butt ladders apparently,
but
but
with archers you can now actually suppress enemy units. So we can see now here this unit's suppressed because it's been fired upon. Suppression will, for ranged units, reduce their accuracy.
That's
and,
cool.
Defensive capabilities.
Do you want to call them out just immediately?
Yes, let's call them out.
Yes, there are pocket ladders here, as you can see, but this is purely to aid kind of development. We are working on the team. We already have kind of some versions of carried ladders, which is absolutely the intention for Medieval.
Yep.
They said it before they even popped up. They were like, "I bet it's going to be pocket ladders."
And it is for our pre-production prototyping because it's just quicker, more instant. You'll also notice the size of the ladders because they're there to accommodate the different wall sizes that we have. This is purely work in progress. But yes, I can confirm that we are working on ladders carried by troops for the final game. And maybe next time we stream battle, you'll see that.
I think hopefully we see some entities falling down. That's always a cool spectacle that everyone loves. But I think it was always such a cool thing, especially in titles like Rome Warhammer 2, like sort of that stand on the walls, feeling the pressure and the last defense of a tower. With your elite units.
It seems like super easy for obviously it's an early build, but I know, like, you know what I mean? It seems like super easy for them to get onto the walls.
Yes, hoping we can engineer this. So,
I don't know if it's because the units on the walls are super weak or something, but do you know what I mean? Like, there should be more of a mechanical advantage
We'll figure out a way
to defending. And like, if someone's trying to climb up a ladder, it should be really easy to resist.
The window to the world and the detail that can come across if we have interior fighting.
So literally looking through the window of a building.
Quite literally.
That's really cool.
And sort of, you're busy, of course, with,
I like that.
making your decisions and whatnot, but then...
You can zoom in through the tower and see the fighting inside. Yeah, that's cool. Hey? I want to see them
And you
walking
see
down the
sort of that,
steps
you know,
because I remember
fighting on
walking down
stairs.
steps like to get from the walls down to the ground level and
So
shit
it's
used to be really hard.
cool about that.
Maybe I'm skipping ahead, but saying that is worth mentioning.
What about those two guys?
Going
They
on
fall
magical
off the
towers,
wall and then
spawning
they
arrows
had to climb back up.
because they have to literally be occupied by troops with bows and arrows to function as a tower.
Yeah, pushing ladders off the wall, and
much
even
just
if like
throwing
one
sword,
guy's climbing up a
hoping to get
ladder
something,
and then
right?
6 guys
Yeah, I
stab
think
him as soon as he
one of
gets
the
to the
features
top.
that
Like, you know what I mean?
have
It'll
worked in
take
Geth,
like
but
a
we're
long
really
time to
excited
actually
about
get
is the
anybody
idea
onto the
of,
wall through
let's
ladders.
say contextual environmental weapons. So a unit being able to pick up, let's say you have sword units on a tower and walls, they're able to pick up some ambient bows and fire at the enemy. So
There's actually a question here of
What the
what's
fuck?
point of using place
It's saying like sword units can pick up ambient, pick up bows off the ground and
you
start
actually
shooting
want
them.
to be
That's
played.
sick.
Well, I mean, yes, but everything comes in order. We have to prioritize what we develop first, and we know that we want ladders to be carried.
Yep.
So that's done. We don't need to prototype that because we understand the constraints and what we need to do there. What we do need to prototype is the size of the different walls.
Yep.
You know, the entities traveling up those ladders to get to the wall. So it's prioritizing where we put the effort when, because we have to you know, we have a team, we have a finite amount of time. So
That was what they're saying. So they're saying instead of having like automated arrow towers, they'll have towers that just have bows laying around, and you can put any unit in there and they'll pick up the bows and start shooting. So basically, as long as there's a unit in there, then the bow towers will shoot, sort of thing, potentially. Obviously, this is all subject to change. But yeah, and also the stuff I was talking about, the mechanical advantage that you should have defending, like that's obviously going to be rebalanced. You know, this is not the final version of it. So they may decide to leave it like this, where, you know, guys coming over the walls can just easily push units off the walls, no problem. Or they may, like I was suggesting, make it so that guys going over the ladders are basically just suiciding constantly because it's really hard to get up from a ladder unless you got a siege tower or something, you know.
Soft development, prioritizing. And doing things in the right order is key.
Although, actually, and I wonder if it'd be good if suppressing with bows would make it harder to defend against ladders as well. So if you did have you guys going up ladders, if you were shooting bows at the target of your ladders, then that would suppress their ability to resist the ladder climbers. But also you'd be shooting your own ladder climbers in the back as well.
I will reconfirm. Pocket ladders, they're there for testing.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
As we're proving out
purely
sieges.
debug. Yeah.
Nice.
You can still have fighting on the interior.
Yeah.
Maybe they're
Partially
exposed,
collapsed,
partially
yeah.
collapsed towers, but it's still functional because the staircase is there. You still get some height, so it gives us, you know, again more variation in the kind of battlefield scape and the experience.
One, I would say it's an ambition and intention, but one thing that was really great about this Siege of Rhodes painting. So the idea of
Climbing on the rubble, yeah.
climbing up the rubble. So if you destroy a wall piece, maybe you know, entities can climb up to higher levels there.
Actually,
Do
that'd
we
be
wanna-
cool
There's
if
the peril
they
of-
destroy a wall,
of
if there's a
collapse
rubble
as well,
pile instead
as
of
you're-
just
as
a
you're
flat
trying to-
ground like there is
to
in
get through.
Warhammer.
Do we want to pause there to ask our question before we move on to the next engine?
Yep.
I'm just checking that we covered everything that you wanted to in that section. So fighting through towers, pocket ladders, pocket ladders, pocket ladders. The level of verticality you expect, we spoke about a bit, fighting on the stairs. So if there's archers at the top of that tower, does that mean I'm going to fight my way up the stairs to get to the top to kill the archers?
Yeah, indeed. I think I wasn't able to replicate it now, but we had some really cool videos where essentially you're fighting on 3 levels, on the ground, on the walls, and then on the tower.
Wow.
And that's really cool spectacle. And it's the verticality we talked about.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic. Then I will move us over to our question for the wall combat section, which is number 4. So this will be posted on the forums. We want your answers to it. That's why we're giving you all the context we can to get there. The question is... That is not the right question.
It's not the right question.
Let me read what the question is.
Where does that come from?
I have no idea where that comes from. There we go. It was, what was fun or frustrating about garrisonable buildings in previous Total Wars?
Yeah.
That's a past stream, isn't it?
That is a past stream.
Yeah, nice.
The ghost of streams past, eh?
So
Yes,
So what did you? So basically, what did you like about garrisonable buildings or not?
Yes.
In those titles, yeah.
And you know, titles like Empire, Napoleon had garrisonable buildings, and I think let's put it this way: I think we are aware of some of the strengths and weaknesses of it, what it did to the game and the gameplay, and it'd be great to get more thoughts from people.
Yeah, for sure.
I fear what the other questions are going to do when I press those buttons now. Okay, fantastic. So that is walls. Are you ready for me to come back to you?
Yeah. So we talked about walls, and we touched, I think, on the idea of streets as well, and the width of streets. Again, some numbers here. Pharaoh, 32 meters.
That was not just Pharaoh. I mean, until now, all past titles were constrained. I say constrained. We had maybe narrower streets, but from a battle programming team, we got very, very worried if we went anywhere below 32 meter width, for sure, for pathfinding, for AI, for navigation.
And here you can see different widths. You know, some streets, of course, were wider than others, but the smallest one is 12 meters. So a much more intimate space, which helps a lot to sell, let's say, the maziness of some of the medieval cities, of course. But also makes some sort of interesting gameplay choices, right? Like, do you go down the back route with some narrow streets, or the wider?
You get more tools to create.
Yeah, I hate when there's like places where it looks like you should be able to go, but you can't.
The street combat, I did have a couple of questions from the.
I'd love it if they had like those little like rope ladders or like little doorways or somewhere where you could even send you guys through single file, but it'd be like take them slow, but then you could infiltrate, you know, with sneak in.
If there would be those kind of undestructible.
I might be asking
fully destructible.
Fantastic.
Say it now.
Is your intent to be able to push ladders off?
We were having a debate about this this morning. If we could just, I don't know, if maybe next time we could do a little dev chat snapshot. But yes, we're literally debating it. Are they tied? Are they hooked? Should they be pushed? Are they heavy? So yeah, it's a conversation we're currently having.
The hope is definitely to allow for moments, you know, the Helm's Deep collapsing ladder backwards. It's just a super cool spectacle, but obviously lots of challenges around it.
And it's something I'm sure we'll be discussing with our consultants as well, and how you know, what's the, you know, in terms of authenticity, balance with the gameplay, and so it's something that there's definitely we're looking at, and it's hilarious. We're literally discussing.
Well, my point was just even if you can't push the ladders off, just trying to climb up a ladder onto a battlements that's held by enemy is just super fucking dangerous, you know.
Some of the improved navigation through these narrow streets, you know, especially in older titles, it always used to be quite a battle to navigate your troops around.
And again, just to highlight, it's not done yet, so there's still units getting stuck. There's still, you know, it's still not perfect, but it's definitely, you know, iterative steps in the right direction.
I don't know, maybe it's not as hard as I think it is, because in late medieval time, like you see these troops, they're just placeholders, but they're like heavily armored, like head to toe, completely armored, you know. So I guess you could just kind of climb up, just fucking cop a heap of hits from halberds and shit, and just kind of push your way in, and just hope that, you know, your mates came in behind you fast enough before you get stabbed.
Of units in the environment. As we discussed in the beginning, I think our goal, our intention is that generally movement through the streets would be more fluid. Again, like to bridge essentially between the big climactic moment.
See the back part getting blobbed up there?
And that fluid movement.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. And then imagine if there was 5 units trying to move through there instead of just one.
When we're talking about battle lines, you know, battle lines kind of moving, enveloping, flowing, that it all kind of feeds into this.
It seems kind of better than Warhammer 3.
There to make it feel like it is a group of soldiers, right? There's some individual movements in there that are...
And that's where the talk of the psychology and cohesion comes in, the isolation of entities, and then pushing and staying together and holding, and the impact on morale and the psychology, all of that, you know, is systemic in a way, stemming from these improvements that we're looking at.
Before the next segment, I'll have to do some shenanigans here.
Okay, then shall I throw us over to the question?
Indeed.
So let's, I mean, honestly, let's just see what comes up. Hey, it's the right question.
Okay, nice.
So the question we had here, so you've seen a bit of streets, a bit of the pathfinding and how we have it. So the question is, what are your hopes and fears for multi-layered sieges? So that is the progressing from holding the walls, losing the walls, falling back, street fighting, and then, as we'll show in a second, then defending the keep, right?
Yeah, that's right. So, because we've had, you know, again, in past titles, we've had the multi-layered sieges. You know, we had obviously.
One thing you have to take into account how many sieges actually ended in troops storming the walls. As far as I know, it was mostly done by restricting food to the defenders. Just sieging things out.
Last stands at the keep, and you know,
I guess that's one of those things that they're probably just going to kind of hand wave because it's just more fun to fight the battles than it is to starve them out.
I think you guys were talking about where
So
would
they're-
people
so
want the
they're gonna
majority of
skew it
fighting to
more
be, right?
towards,
Is it
you know?
50% at the keep and the others are just fallbacks that you
And also
lost?
they were
So can I
saying
just
how
jump
they're going to
back
have
on
less
that?
sieges and more field battles. But I feel
The
like
worst-
historically
let's say the
there
pitfall
probably
we
were
want
more
to avoid
sieges
is
than
essentially sense of
field
slaughter.
battles, like way
That
more.
would be the worst version of a siege battle. It's like, oh, okay.
You know, because like there's
I
only
think
a certain,
sometimes
like
in
the
the past
amount
we
of
did this
massive
really
armies
well
that
with
would
this
be floating
rhythm,
around would
and,
be
you know, Shogun 2 comes to
relatively
mind again,
limited.
where
But
there are these
whenever you've got an
plateaus
army, there's
and
always
there was a
multiple
clear sense
towns
of,
you have to
okay,
take with
I
that
captured
army. You
that
know?
first one, I regroup my troops a little, rally them, essentially reorganize them, and then I make my next push. I think that's
No, I don't think you
And this
missed
is
anything
this
with
is the
40k.
beauty of Total War and the simulation, right? Because then that slog is then affected by these
I think there's more
little
stuff coming
moments,
up
the
sometime,
the,
though.
the change that can occur. Also, the various upgrades, you know, what defensible upgrades, how they can, you know, or lack of, changing the pace and the balance of all of that is key, and how all of these elements interplay.
Yeah, I guess that's something that hopefully the earlier videos showcased a little bit, that when we say multiple layers of walls, I mean not every settlement will have that, right? It's basically the investment.
It's an investment, yeah.
It's your investment, or
the enemies,
the state of the city and the campaign.
I can't wait for them to see that shot. That's such a cool shot. But I just want to say, if Steve's listening, which I think he is, if you can just confirm if all of the questions are live on the forums, because I think we can start pushing people there now. So that link in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that will take you to the forums where all of these questions we've asked.
Yeah, like that. I mean, if you want to do a realistic representation of that sort of attrition, siege warfare type of thing, it'd be really interesting if you had different options, like basically have morale for the defenders, for the defending AI.
You tell us.
And like,
live. Have a look at the link.
Are you ready for our final?
Yeah, so if you have so basically if the mechanic was, instead of fighting siege battles, the mechanic was sieging and getting them to surrender, basically, then you could have a whole mechanic built around that. So like the mayor or the burgermeister or fucking whatever of the town, like the commander of the town, if a big army comes and sieges them, like strategically it might be really important that town just holds out as a siege for like a week or two, just to give, because the army won't want to move past that town and have it behind them, an enemy town, so they might decide to stay there and siege it, so their supply lines are intact and stuff like that. They're definitely going to take the town. Obviously the town has no chances of not being taken, but if they hold out for a week, that gives the rest of your nation a week to raise an army and a defense and all that kind of stuff. So strategically, the amount of times that towns hold out is really important. So like, you know, like how motivated the town is to hold out, you know, like it might be really important. But then as a sieger, you might have the option to tell the town that if they don't, as soon as you start siege operations, if they don't surrender by then, you're just going to murder every man, woman and child in the town or whatever. And then that might make their morale break or whatever, you know what I mean? Or like as they starve more or something, then their morale starts to break, you know, like you have like this morale based on how close they are to starving, how likely they are to get reinforced, how, you know, the stats of the leader of the town, all this kind of stuff. So that you could bring in all that kind of stuff, and I think could potentially be really cool, especially if you could do it in a way where it sort of represents all those things in a way that feels realistic, gives you that window to the world that life keeps talking about, but at the same time doesn't bog you down in a bunch of shit that you don't care about.
No. Yep. So this is our final section of the stream, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So before we start, I think worth talking a little bit about defensible positions. That's essentially almost like another wall layer or fortifications that we would love players to be able to essentially construct and customize. One of the things we talked about very early on is essentially defender gameplay and sieges. Like, how can we make sure that a defender feels like, okay, I can actually, let's say, have some authorship here. The attacker decides where to attack. They had a lot of siege actions on campaign, perhaps, and they sort of they determine how the battle plays. But the defender is almost more like the backseat, right? Yeah. How can we give more authorship? And then, of course, we've tried similar things in Attila with barricades, and this is almost like like an evolution of this, inspired by some of the Italian sieges, for example, where the settlement was besieged and the population itself almost like was rallying and trying to improvise defenses. And that's really the fantasy of these. these are positions that would probably look like improvised cards being thrown over, perhaps little watchtowers quickly raised. That's sort of more of that improvised element of these are the people of the city have now
Stood up to defend. Yeah.
stood up to defend.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Or raised.
So we have 2 of them here. We can try to attack them with our troops.
We do have water.
There is water, yes.
Doesn't go all the way around, so it's not legally a moat, right?
That is not a moat. No, that
it's
is
a river.
that is a river. This is a river.
They just need to ditch.
No. Yeah, absolutely.
And this is just essentially one version of this right now. It's a bit, let's say, put together of multiple pieces. You can see some barrels that people, push to place. Some, obviously.
Those little gaps again, I feel like would give you that mechanical advantage, where only 2 or 3 guys are going to walk through that gap, but then like 5 or 6 enemies are going to hit that guy at the same time.
Multiple units essentially manning these, but the goal would be that you can.
Hey, Plush, it looks like this.
Perhaps just a single unit and essentially make your stand there.
Fantastic to see them running over the bridge, taking fire, and even so, everything is placeholder, right? But even
Pathfinding
so,
across a very narrow bridge.
Yes, it's still evocative, right? That's the goal of blocking it out in this way.
And that's what these prototypes allow us to do is, again, play with a different balance of widths, different combination of bridges to fords to really find that nice balance, and also stress test when the teams are working on the pathfinding and the AI teams.
Is that a melee unit in the front middle, and then one or two, or one unit of archers spread across the back? Yes, that's one unit of archers like spread across the back.
I saw
How do you set up that weird formation like that?
Is friendly fire something you're considering? They're shooting kind of close to their friends there.
Yeah, no, I mean it's I think obviously something that infamously was part of Attila, and then I think it's part of the simulation really.
Yeah.
Looks really fake. In what way?
It's something that's important to capture.
I mean, it is fake.
That's
This is not real life.
really,
This is a game.
For me, really evocative about
The elevated
sort of
positions.
improvised last stand that the populace is doing together with the soldiers here. Obviously, a really cool set piece with the archers standing on top, and sort of you're pouring in. The intention of these, and again, it sort of speaks a little
specific
bit
archer
to,
defensive buildings. Yeah, I guess so.
Perhaps more the campaign.
Yeah, maybe they're like mounted
how
on that
Siege's
building, and
trying to
that way they
campaign
automatically go into that
is
shape.
That a 20 versus 20, the full stacks against each other, should really not result in a victory for the attacker. And sort of, it's there's some challenges around this, but that's our intention. That if you have a siege, you should be able to hold off. Don't name it to the cross, but there's maybe 8 to 11 units as a defender. You should hold off like a 20 old school full stack, right? And obviously that's only possible if you have measures on your hands to actually apply that damage. Walls help with that, of course. Keep and these defensible positions would be another way for you to hold a place with 1 or 2 units and really dish out a lot of damage.
It's kind of one of the defensible positions, the settlement upgrades, but also your.
Yeah, see, that was the intention, but I don't feel like that's what happened. Like, those blue guys just walked through that barricade, even though they had a massive mechanical disadvantage. They still fucked that infantry unit, and then they fucking killed the rest of the dudes as well. Like, it did, yeah, I don't know. But I mean, I get the idea. This is just placeholder. It's not balanced, but it's just them getting the idea of how it's supposed to work, I guess. Oh, and that's that one they
The
won.
very first medieval 3 battle, really. And
No, well, it was
you got to
just
push through to the
one,
keep.
Well, no, yeah, we can.
You set things up
Maybe the
that
other one
this
was
is
2 units against 1, whereas this one was 2 units against 3.
Say onto the keep. And crucially,
What's going on with those archers on the platform? Are they routed? Are they fighting to the death, or what? Do they have fight to the death? Remember in Medieval 2, if a unit was surrounded and they couldn't rout, they would just fight to the death?
And you've got there's some archers at the top there.
So if you want to hide your king at the top
So
of
you
the
had to
tower,
you had to leave them with a way to escape for them to be able to actually rout them.
And have a
That was kind of an interesting mechanic.
from the very top of the keep.
And I like the one thing I liked about that is because every time it happened, it made you think about what it would be like to be surrounded and just have no chance to escape. So you have to fight to the death. And like that's like you want like things that make you think like, oh my god, what must that have been really like to have been in that situation? Like I think that was any mechanic that makes you think that is like just really good. I think.
there's archers coming down to meet you.
Are they going to do the inside the building fighting?
The stream will, at some
Sick.
point it'll go.
How cool is that?
Medieval 3 just watching Medieval 3, and
Yep.
we'll just watch life climb up towers and keeps.
Yeah.
And there's of course a lot for us to improve in terms of how.
I'd love it if there was all like little like
navigation is
medieval
these very tight
fucking
spaces. I mean, we talked about how
like
it's
little medieval
challenging to get
tables and
12
shit in here,
meters,
like
street
little
race,
like
you know, making sure that
torture
our
devices in the
units flows
dungeons
through
or
these
whatever.
super tight spaces.
But that
We
would
got a
probably be
challenge,
pretty shit for
but,
It all kind
gameplay.
of feeds into the you know, again, the behavior and interaction of entities, and it'll feed into the way they interact with each other when they're fighting, the battle lines.
You should be able to like
discussions
pimp
of
out your
the
hall with
units
like
and so on,
tapestries and shit, so that if you get invaded, you can
to
fight in your
much
pimped out hall.
much more evocative and you know, and slick kind of experience.
Go hunting, so you can get like deer's heads on your wall and stuff.
Getting ready. Will they be able to
Because
shoot down?
Yeah, for sure. We've all had, you know, experiences with past titles of
Put all archers on top of the castle and hold the last gate, then if you fight, so yeah.
We're really
I don't think they're going to carry the
to
usual
kind of,
pathfinding
you know,
units stuck on corners, etc.
stop that
Problem.
from
Yeah, yeah.
with-
I'm sure they will still have
suppose.
pathfinding problems, but it's yeah, it's cool that they can actually
Bit of
do it
second
like at all.
happening.
But yeah, still a long way to go. But again, this is the idea. You know, we're showing you pre-production.
Yeah, this is pre-production.
builds
They're
here.
going to hopefully make it a
So,
lot better
as
by
we,
the
as
time
we
they.
stream more, you're going to see things change. You're going to see the improvements as we lead up to as we move through the development process.
But just the concept that they're able to go up the stairs and
Brilliant.
fight
Well
through the
then,
buildings
shall I
is
move us on
pretty
to our
cool.
final question, and then
Yes.
we'll start to wrap things up. So, let's see if it's the right question. Hey, so our last two questions, which should be live now. The first of which is, what was fun or frustrating about barricades in previous Total War titles? So you spoke about Attila and the barricade system there. I think a lot of people, obviously Warhammer 3, the most recent iteration of barricades and towers, so hearing what they thought there. There was actually a fair bit of discussion I saw in the chat about, would I be able to build towers like in Warhammer 3?
No, that's not something you consider in the battle now. It's more of a, I guess it ties into the campaign context.
Yeah.
That over seasons and months of siege, you would.
Yeah, we want to kind of have that approach where, you know, anything
Yes.
significant you
That's
invest in the campaign on the campaign side, and the battle side is more of the kind of what you already have, kind of bunched together.
It's
and
like
the kind of pre-battle,
It's the final
pre-
assault, playing out
the
within
final preparation,
a matter
yeah.
of a couple of hours.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fantastic. That's question one. Question two was, what kind of wall and tower defenses would you like to see in sieges?
Yeah, so we talked about moats, but you know, we're also discussing things, you know, hoardings and barbicans and you know, all of these kind of things.
Different types of gates, ultimately gate mechanisms.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's why I wanted to clarify the tower defenses. We're not talking about.
Would love that you can only build siege defenses before the battle starts and not at last minute towers popping out of nowhere. Yeah, well, they were saying not only can you not build them during the battle, you can't even just pop them up instantly before the battle. Like, you have to build them, you have to build towers as buildings. So it might take like 5 turns to build a tower out of stone, you know what I mean? Or if you want to build like a moat, you have to get your peasants to start digging it and it'll be finished in 6 months or shit like that. They're saying like, yeah, those big buildings like that, they actually have to be built on the campaign map over time. They can't be popped up during the battle, yeah. So that's really cool. So the only stuff you'd be able to deploy during battle would be like stakes and like impromptu battlefield barricades. Like that thing they were showing before, where there was those little piles of barrels and shit. Like that's the sort of stuff they were saying that you would be able to like maybe do during the battle or in the pre-battle stage. But if you wanted to actually build an arrow tower or something, you'd have to build that on the campaign map, sort of thing. Going back to the sense of realism, yeah, that's a lot of sense of realism, yeah. Come with the wall garrison building. I don't know. I think they've talked a lot about different defenses and stuff. I think they're going to go with. I don't think they're going to go with a generic wall garrison building. I think they're going to go with all different things. So you'd have like, you might have level 1, 2, 3 walls, but then you might also have like a separate upgrade that you can buy that's like, you know, arrow towers or big gatehouse or something. So you have extra arrow towers on your gatehouse or fucking whatever, a moat, or, you know, so you like more granular, like you can select the individual parts, like things that you want to upgrade, specific things you want to upgrade. So that sounds cool. I mean, they were just mentioning it. This is just early in development. This is just ideas of what they are planning to maybe do. But yeah, keep multi-layered walls. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's in already. Like they've showed that you have like little towns that might just have a little keep with a little courtyard, and then you have bigger ones that'll have a bigger wall around the outside plus the inner courtyard as well. So it sounds like, it looks like we're going to at least have 2-layer walls.
Plonking a tower down, right?
No.
We're talking about a tower that exists, how to defend
On
that
top
tower.
of the tower, like bastion artillery.
And
Which
again,
I
it's
think a lot of people.
Bastion
we're
artillery,
talking
okay.
about, again, you are on a campaign map.
Yep.
You are choosing to invest in the defense of your settlement. What are the things that you have? What are the improvements or the building chains that help you improve the settlement?
And that's cool because you can like have like a chain of defensive castles or whatever on the front lines of your empire that you just heavily invest in defense so they can always defend, you know? And then all your heartland towns just have like just all economy buildings and shit. Like you don't worry about that. That'd be cool.
Is it, you know, different types of towers, different types of wall? Already talked about sizes, but then what can you put on top of your walls? Do you put hoardings on top of your walls? Do you put bastion artillery on top of your walls?
Hoardings, I think, is like wooden kind of roofs to protect from arrows.
Do you increase the kind of the gate complexity to safeguard, you know, all of these things?
Fantastic. Well then, did I interrupt you?
No.
Well then, that's going to bring us really to the end of everything that we had to show. That was, I think, quite a long stream for what we have here.
15 minutes.
Yeah, cool.
But thank you everyone who's going to go ahead and answer them. Thank you to everyone who streams it, watches us, even if you don't go on to answer. We really appreciate your thoughts.
The change that can occur.
Might just pretty much wrap it up there. But
is friendly fire something you're considering?
Yeah.
They're shooting kind of close to their friends there.
Yeah, no, I mean it's.
but yeah, no, it looks cool. So progressing along.
Attila.
Yeah.
I think.
I got to remember these guys' names. So that says
yeah.
Life, and this guy's Paw, or Pav.
Something
I think
that's
Pav. Life and Pav.
That's important to capture.
So yeah. I
think
got to remember their
that's
names because
really,
I get the feeling they're going to become
really
two of my
evocative
favorite
about
human beings
sort of
over the next couple of years.
Improvised last stand that the populace
yeah, so this
doing
is really
together
cool.
with the soldiers here. Obviously, really
So yeah,
cool
so this
settings
kind of
with
stuff I
the
think is the sort of stuff you might be able to build like just before the battle or whatever.
The intention of these, and again,
or-
it sort of speaks a little bit.
Yeah, or maybe it'll just automatically build if you have enough time in the siege or whatever. You'll get more defenses and stuff. But yeah, hope there's more variety in the layouts and not get bored of always fighting the same map. Yeah, they did talk about that. They did talk about not wanting you to feel that. I don't know if they really explained how they were gonna. I mean, they explained that they showed you all the different variety of how the maps can look, but they still kind of look the same to me. But I don't know. Like, it still looked kind of like you would look the same, you know, but like it would look different, but it would still look like you'd still recognize the central part would be the same regardless of how big it was. So I don't know if they're going to change that as well. But yeah, I'm guessing they'll have, so they might have more than one template. So they have this template that's got like a castle in the middle or whatever. Then you can have a fence around it. Then you can have a moat around that. Then you can have like a bunch of buildings here, and then you can have a wall around that. You know, kind of like bigger versions. But it's all based on that same central part. So, but just with that, then you can have all the different tile sets. So you can have, this is like the Spanish Iberian version. You'd have a different version if it was in Germany. You'd have a different version if it was in Eastern Europe. You'd have a different version if it was Africa or Persia. You know, but it'll be the same layout, but just all the tools, the tile set would be different, you know? So it would look different, but you would recognize the layout. But that might be just one layout. And there might be like 3 or 4 different layouts or whatever. But so then you've got like 3 or 4 different layouts that can also be in 6 or 7 different tile sets. So they look different, but also each layout has, you know, each of those different sizes and different setups of wall and everything, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I feel like you could, if you only have one layout and every town is the same layout, but just the different sizes, that would be a bit shit. But assuming they have at least a few different ones, combined with the different sizes, combined with the modular parts, combined with the different tile sets, I don't know. It could be pretty good. Commemorate them by naming them an exalted hero of Nurgle. Yep, for sure. River, coastal cities, etc. Yeah. There's got to be. You assume there's got to be at least a few different layouts. Yeah, there's river city, coastal city for sure. And you want a few different layouts for sure. So yeah, I mean, yeah, It seemed like it's pretty. The tool makes it pretty easy for them to make towns, so you'd think they'd be able to make a few different templates. Yeah. But yeah. You know, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it looks really cool. I'm not going to talk about too much, but you know, you guys are welcome to keep talking about it.
Perhaps.
But yeah, I might jump back onto the Nurgle campaign. I mean, I'm happy to talk about whatever you guys bring up, like whatever comments you make. I'm happy to bounce off what you say and talk about it. But yeah, I'm not going to like just go and deep dive into every little thought I have about it, because it's all just work in progress. It's just the current update of current ideas and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, what I already said about it all, think it looks good. All right, so we're a bit broke, but we've now got enough points to be able to build our advanced military buildings. So basically we can either go for knights and rot knights, or we can go for great unclean ones, ogres, and soul grinders. Yeah, I feel like we have to go for the soul grinders, don't we? So that was cool. That only used infections. You like the toad riders? They're badass. Did I have toad riders, or I just had toads with no riders? Is there toads with no riders and then the toad riders are the upgrades, or do I have toad riders already? No, these are just the toads by themselves, yeah. Toad riders are upgraded, the upgraded version, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna see if... Okay, we can theoretically take that out, maybe.
We bring their doom.
Toe riders. Yeah, I should have left him there to deal with the rebellion. That was my original plan, but I just forgot about it.
Work. I am ascent. Such despair. Nurgle is inevitable. The unending tread.
We just order this.
Distribute their essence.
Yeah, I guess we'll sack it.
Of their labor, befoul the world.
It's really hard to get toad riders to work since they're so slow and they get stuck on literally everything and they aren't even armored. Yeah. Ogre settlement between you and Imric has a nice landmark giving regeneration to plague drones, but only the most basic variant without riders. Yeah, nice. Yeah, we'll have to grab that at some point, hey.
Victory for Nurgle! Pestilence is all! Inevitably! Commander of Rot! Their end dawns! Closing the distance!
Can we...
Favored warrior by sword and melody! Nurgle will have their souls! Such despair!
Occupy it.
And festering quarters.
Nurgle infections per turn. It's kind of nice, I guess. But yeah, I think I want to kind of like vassalize this guy and then maybe just help him take over this. And then I want to kind of... I don't even know where I want to go, really. I guess I want to migrate to the Empire, really.
We have moved enough. Our tasks demand you endure. My bruised bubble. As certain as death.
Looks like he can almost make it into there. I reckon probably if these guys weren't in the way, he would be able to make it there. So we'll leave him. He can reinforce next turn. It's pretty solid. These guys might eventually catch up.
Fight and fester. Turn
Follower.
This guy's gonna... Do you want to go that way or this way? I feel like maybe we'll go that way.
Vetted baptism.
Yeah, so we need a lord here.
Lord of Nurgle.
$3,000 for an extra 200, so 15, 18 turns, it pays for itself. Make pretty good money from battles at least.
I dream of flinging your carcass from the nearest mountaintop.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I could sell him all of the other parts of the set. Like if I sell him all of the other, like if I sell him Grimtop, yeah, Grimtop and Crackerton, would that maybe make Greasus be worth more?
You are governed only by spite and stupidity.
Research. Alright, I want this leadership and physical resistance for demons, but I also really want that.
Nurgle's pestilent cause would benefit.
Okay, so what do we got here? We got Fleshy Abundance. Plus 10 per turn magic. Cycle time. That's pretty good. So I could start off there and then get cycle time. Cycle time and construction cost. How many turns we got left on our growth? Oh, we've lost it. We've got no growth. Alright, cool. Well, maybe we'll wait 6 turns till that pops up and then we'll go cycle time. Alright, it's all happening.
Nurgles, grace preserved us.
Yeah, I don't know. This campaign doesn't seem like people are really digging it too much. Maybe we should wrap this one up and yeah, play something else. I guess that's, yeah, I sort of started at a weird time and we kind of disrupted it by watching the Medieval 3 stream and stuff. But yeah, maybe it's time to switch it up. But yeah, I don't know. Should we? I wouldn't mind trying. What do you call it? Chaos Dwarfs on the old world map, but yeah, I don't know. Or yeah, maybe Corn. We could give it a try, I guess. But it might be shit. Chorfs, yeah. Alright, let me just pause this. I think we just ended a turn, so this would be a good time to pause. I might just start up Old World, just to see like the full Old World map, and just to see, maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's a bit more optimized since last time I played it or something, but yeah, I feel like last time I played it, it did feel a bit slow. But I was kind of thinking, so what do I need? I need Mixer, Old World, mod configuration tool. Oh, yeah, that's it, yeah. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Play some Mordheim. Yeah, thing is, if I started playing a Mordheim campaign now, it would have like super low numbers, and then, you know, the first episode would be really bad, and it would kind of never get any better. So kind of, yeah, I don't know. Kind of like I was saying before, it's not good. It's hard with Mordheim because it's such a niche game. On the other hand, it's a quiet day and probably not much has happened anyway, so it's a great, you know, the opportunity cost is not as high as well, so I guess it's, you know, on that side of things.
I am Prince.
So this is the big map of the old world.
Where I go.
So yeah, so Khorne starts off here. So we could play our Baal and then like migrate our way to the old world. I feel like Slanesh would be cool though as well. Alright, this is like not... So I'm thinking of playing our Baal, but no teleporting. Actually, maybe even just no teleporting is all I need, really. So you can still do the quests, but you just can't teleport. You have to like walk to them. That could be kind of cool, because you can walk to them, can't you? You just can't. Yeah. Yeah, maybe a bar with no teleporting. So the demon hosts might be fine, but yeah, no, maybe just no teleporting. Although the teleporting in order to migrate to the Empire would be really useful as well. Maybe I should just play Abal like, you know, normally, but just, you know, if I don't want to teleport, I just won't teleport, basically. Anyway, let's just quickly jump in and see what it's all about. So the main thing I'm concerned about is oh, actually, I don't know if I'm pretty sure the default is that it just kills 75% of the AI, but I'm not sure if it's ticked on by default. It's kind of annoying though, because I want to kill 75% of the AI of the minor factions centered on the Empire, not centered on where I start. It'd be cool if you could choose a different locus to, you know. But yeah, I was kind of thinking of a corn campaign, but where you don't like teleport around everywhere. You just kind of march as like this, you know, inexorable legion of doom kind of vibe. But yeah, I don't know. So my two thoughts are basically with Arbal are basically, I think for myself, I'd enjoy it more if there was no teleporting and possibly if there was no blood hosts as well. But at the same time, I haven't played it. I don't think I've played Arbal since they nerfed the blood hosts slightly. I've had it from other people saying that even with the blood host being slightly nerfed, it still kind of plays out the same way, like the same kind of problems that I felt like before. But I haven't actually tried it myself, so yeah, I kind of feel like from you know, I'm a bit torn. Like I want to have like my perfect Arbal campaign, which I think would be better without the teleporting and the blood host. But at the same time, I also want to test what it's actually like, in case it's actually just really good the way it is right now, and I don't need to do that. You know?
Naught but blood-soaked dust.
So you don't use blood hosts and you don't teleport because you don't have Arbal at all.
Cultist of the blood god, my lash shall encourage them.
So we don't. Oh no, we don't even have the challenges of corn, so we can't do it straight away anyway. Where's the Empire again? So the Empire's there, right? Yeah. So even like just the Empire, like it looked on the other map, it didn't look that far away, but it's actually super fucking far away. So we need to teleport there basically if we want to migrate. That's cool though. That could be kind of fun though. I've got the Books of Corn. Nice. Yeah, we'll just do a little checkout of this campaign. I reckon we'll probably be pretty lucky if I mean, you know, hopefully we'll be reasonably lucky and be able to teleport to the Empire pretty fast.
Corn sees all.
Sorry, bear with me a sec. I'm just trying to Did you do the thing to remove the most factions? No. I mean, I think it might be on by default, but I'm not sure. But I was just doing this. I was just going here to test it. I'm just gonna reload again when I actually restart. I just realized I did forget to test it though, so We might need to...
Watch me, Corn, as I triumph!
Watch me, Corn, as I triumph. Indeed. I feel like Abal's really well spoken. He's got really nice noble kind of yeah, like speech patterns. Yeah, bear with me a second. I just got to let me just test this. So yeah, so we're just, let's say we fight this guy, right?
Watches. Doom will
Now we go into the battle. Now I think it loads pretty normal when we go into the battle. Yeah, it seems like it's loading pretty fast.
Albal the undefeated! His judgment's hand! The destroyer pulls me forth!
How good are these fucking archers? I didn't think they were that good. Oh no, it's the halberds. That makes sense. Oh, he's doing his AoE thing that's fucking up all my guys, isn't it? Did we kill him? AoE. Alright, cool. Just doing a bit of a test to see how... So this is the part I'm worried... See how it's like fucking taking a million years now to load back to the campaign map? I don't know, it's like... I feel like now we would be back in the campaign map if we were playing vanilla. Yeah, see what I mean? It's just, it takes a while to get back to the campaign map. I mean, your mileage may vary if you got a better computer than me, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not too bad. Like it provides me a bit of time to, like, you know, just chat with you guys or whatever. But if I haven't got anything to say and I'm just kind of not talking or whatever, it's kind of a bit of dead time, you know, where you can't, you're not doing anything. I'll go back to the, I'll restart and try and make sure that the minor factions are dead.
More game for the hunting fields.
I'll just double check the campaign settings.
In the name of Magnus.
What's corn notice?
Where I go.
So yeah, if we go mod configuration tool, and we go settings, yeah, kill distant factions was on, and it was at 75%. Kill it at 100. We could do it to 100%. So yeah, if we go like 95%, so it kills basically all the minor factions except the ones that are right near us. See if that makes it any better. Does it just raise their settlements or something, or consolidate it to a major faction nearby? Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, we can maybe check it out. But yeah, I'm not sure if I want to... I don't really want to play any other Khorne factions apart from our Baal. Yeah, it's kind of a bit fucked now that I go back. Now that I'm back at work, like, it's... I mean, I already have this same problem, but it's now even worse because, like, you know, campaigns just keep getting disrupted all the time by me having to go back to work and then I can't stream. So it's like, even if we get a good campaign, like, they sometimes get a bit fucked up because, like, yeah, like the Skarsnik one was alright, but then, you know, then I have to go back to work and now it's been like 3 days and I don't really feel like it anymore, and, you know, it's kind of thing. But I guess it's kind of the theme of my campaigns. I more just show you ideas for how you can play the campaign, and then you can go and play it yourself and see how it ends. But I usually like to get at least a couple of episodes in so that you can at least kind of imagine where it's going. Yeah, so even this load part at the start of the campaign is the same thing. It's the same loading time that you have after the battle because it just takes so long to load all of the map. So yeah, I like the end turn times aren't too bad. I don't mind that. It's just this battle thing, and it's like every time you fight a battle, it happens. So if you fight like 6 battles in a turn, you got to do this like fucking 2-minute wait after every battle. So yeah, so I think for me, I'd rather just probably just play the classic map, which is smaller, and just unfortunately just only play factions that only play factions that are on that smaller map, which unfortunately is not our Baal. I'll just do one more test here, but I think it'll be the same. I just put it on easy, so my guys should smash them a bit easier. For anyone who's coming in late, I'm just testing out some other ideas for campaigns.
I feel his regard. Where I go, doom follows. I burn with certainty. Blood mists gather. Chaos warriors of Khorne.
This Temple Guard? Yeah, Tomb Guard, so yeah.
Advantageous. On tireless foot. It brings destruction. His judgment's hand. cultist of the Blood God. Skull cutters. We go in fury. Iron rise, armies fall. Chaos warriors. Northern barbarians. Chaos warriors. The only way. One with him. The horde surges. Battle hungry.
Garrett's really nasty.
Older than empires. Army of the Dark Gods.
Did he already do his 50% health thing? He definitely has now.
Darkness calls. So be it.
Maybe you can change it with MCT, options for the starting factions. What do you mean? Change what? No, so I just want to see if this is any faster now with 95% killed. Seems faster, doesn't it? Oh yeah, this little last bit. Just took ages last time. Damn. Oh, I change it as in change whether it's Scarbrand and change it to Arbal. Yeah, I don't think he was one of the options, but yeah, that would be cool if you could. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying now, yeah. You can change Hellebron into Marathi and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. That was faster, wasn't it? That was faster, wasn't it? I think that was quite a bit faster.
Horn's wind will carry their screams.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, I would like to play a good Khorne campaign. Like, I want a Khorne campaign, but like with the big empire of blood, you know, with just like arenas, you know, with warriors slaying each other every day and shit, all that good stuff. Yeah, I'll just try it with Skulltaker's kind of like that, like building a little empire of Skulltaker in the south, slaying everyone you see near. Yeah, well, I mean, I think all Khorne campaigns are gonna be like that, but yeah, but I guess I wanted to be like less kind of jumping around, just lobbing down fucking demon armies all over the entire world, and just more like deliberate, you know, expansion and like building up your territories and stuff like that, you know. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Is the Empire even green for Baal? Probably not. I guess you could do Valkyria. I wonder if... No, Valkyria doesn't start on the campaign either, does she? So go Old World Classic. So Khorne... Yeah, Khorne we've only got our Baal. Warriors of Chaos. No Valkyria. But yeah, so you go Tyrion or Ilariel, you go Crone Helibon or Marathi, you go Krokar, Tic Tac Toe, Masamundi, Zhao Ming or Miao Ying. Yeah, nah, so we can't get any of our demon factions in there. So yeah, the closest you'd probably be able to do would be like Archaon or something. Oh, actually, we don't have Archaon, do we? Yeah, Crone Helibron would be cool. Oh, maybe actually Kolek the Mountain God, ruling over his empire of humans. Oh yeah, there's no Chaos Dwarfs at all. That's rough. So yeah, I do want to do Durthu is what I wanted to do. Big Kolek. See, I feel like Durthu is kind of cool because it's like, it's especially for this classic map, because you like, I want to play a Durthu campaign, but just basically only play inside the Forest of Athaloren and don't really go outside. And just be really like, or maybe just launch little raids and shit, but don't try to like expand hugely or anything and take over a huge swaths of land. Like play kind of like proper Wood Elves. So yeah, so I mean Durthu, I think either Durthu...
The forest!
Yeah, pretty much Durthu I'd say. Durthu Wood Elf campaign I would like to do at some point. Doesn't have to be today. Yeah, Kugath, well we just played Kugath, so I guess we're not going to play Kugath again.
Wearer of many faces.
In the name of Magnus.
We could go back to we could all just go back to the Karl Franz campaign, which has still already got going on.
No one controls all.
Many schemes, all the war. Lord of the Eshin.
Oh, it's kind of Throt's kind of cool because he's got his back right to the wall there.
Together.
It's kind of useful.
Chaos has chosen me.
Norskar Wulfric Vassal campaign. That'd be kind of cool as well. I don't know, I feel like with Wulfric, like at first I didn't mind, but then as soon as I got the infinite teleport where I could teleport as many times as I wanted, it kind of, I don't know, like I didn't mind it at first, but then when I thought about going back to the campaign, I just thought, it's kind of bullshit now. Like, I feel like it's supposed to have a limiter on it. It's meant to only be able to do it once per turn at maximum, but there just is no limiter on it, so you can just do it infinitely. But I don't know. I still like him though. He's still pretty awesome. Just started your first Old World campaign? Yeah, nice. I started Elspeth. The Empire is huge. Yeah, the Empire is huge. Yeah, fuck. I don't want to keep playing my Karl Franz campaign because the Empire is pretty cool. So yeah, so for I think it's like Durthu, for me, it's Durthu, Norskar, play a minor faction. Oh yeah, no, I'm not really interested in playing a minor faction. Oh, you mean like a minor Empire faction maybe? That'd be kind of cool. Where does Daniel start off?
Awaits me.
Oh, actually Beastman's kind of pretty cool. I could go Kim Kazrak, some old world Kazrak. That'd be kind of fun. Because the thing I don't like about Kazrak is how everything gets destroyed. Whereas yeah, I'd like the idea of playing Kazrak, but kind of like, I don't know, just going around like hit and run kind of, and kind of destroying stuff, but then, you know, not completely wiping it out. You can try and confederate the other ones and stuff. Alright, Beastmen, I'm kind of digging the Beastmen idea. So I got Wood Elves, Beastmen, maybe Norska, maybe Helebron. If you destroy your own herdstones, you still keep the Blood Lords. Yeah, that's right. So you build the herdstone, you maximize the ritual, then you do the ritual, then you blow up the herdstone, and then other people can like reconquer stuff then. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just destroy them and keep, yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
The crowd's whispering.
I got
I'm just
the biggest, meanest gob.
brutes. I had
Plotting.
Azag is here.
Yeah, Azag invading the Empire and making an Empire of Orcs. It could be pretty fun.
Goblin King.
Grom is always fun. Yeah, Grom but invade the Empire could be fun.
There is no limit to my power.
Oh yeah, Techless. Can we use MCT to put Techless? Oh, we can only put if we could put Techless into the Continental Exarchate, so you start in Elftown, that'd be sick. It sucks that it can only, why? I guess it's because Techless is already on the map, so you can't go somewhere else. But yeah, that'd be really cool playing like Techless as in helping the Empire and stuff, like being their ally or whatever. Malekith. Where does Helebron start?
We will drown this one.
Oh, okay, we're there, yeah. I kind of wouldn't mind just playing Malekith over there, but the thing with this is like, yeah, I don't really like this because you start off on this island and you spend the first ages just fucking around taking over the island. Like, I kind of want to start off over in the Empire where I can get straight into the juice of it, you know? It's sort of the same thing with the Skarsnik campaign, although I was liking Skarsnik, it was really cool. Like, it's really cool where you start off when you play Skarsnik and like taking over that little base down there. But then the idea of marching for like ages to try to get to the Empire, it just kind of wasn't as awesome, you know? Ogres in the Empire, yeah. Helebron starts with the Black Ark, it's easy to migrate. Ah. So you can maybe like start off as Helebron or Malekith, and then just immediately go and take out the elves, and then just settle it, and then settle there, and then rule the Empire of Man. Oh, I don't think you can play as, you can't play as them though. So I can put, oh maybe, oh no, maybe you can. So if I do that.
We shall eviscerate all.
Yeah, she's still there.
I am Prince and I seek my
Ah, yeah, you just got to go out and come back in. Yeah, so we could play like Malekith on the just because Malekith's cool. It's like Malekith like doesn't have anything special really about his faction. He's just fucking cool as fuck. Like it's just Malekith himself. He's just a beast. Look at him, what a Chad. I suppose you get 20% upkeep reduction on basically all of the units that you use, for most of it. Well, on all of the dark shards, they're the only thing you use. So what other swaps are there? So there's Malekith, Marathi, Helebron. Kroka, yeah, I don't really like Lizardmen there. I don't really like Cathay that much either. Tyrion, yeah. I feel like maybe you could play like Tyrion. Tyrion, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'll just go to the bathroom while I have a think about this. Like I said. Oops. Hey guys. Don't know about the classic map. Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. I'm kind of excited about starting a new campaign, but I'm kind of thinking maybe I should just go to bed and get up in a few hours and try again then, maybe. I'm a bit torn. Well, I mean, we can still go through the motions for next campaign. Probably later tonight. Excuse me. So yeah, something in Wood Elves.
I am ready.
Beastmen, Dark Elves. Who's Slanesh?
To his music, dancing eternally.
I don't really like the mask that much. I feel like Sigvald would be sick on this map.
Tempest incarnate.
Actually, Village could be pretty cool. Where does he start off? Ah. Yeah, Village is each empire. I feel like I really like Village, but he just starts like in that weird place so far over in Cathay that, yeah.
Youth bringer of darkness.
Kolek's pretty cool.
caller.
Yeah, I feel like Kolek would be kind of cool because you could just do like a bit of an invasion of the Empire kind of a deal. But you've got like a big map of Empire to invade. So that'll have to be my worry, my So basically we got Kolek, Azrak, what was the other one we said? Oh yeah, Dark Elves. I don't know, what do you guys, for those of you who are Dark Elves enjoyers, do you reckon Hellebrun or Malekith? I feel like maybe Hellebrun kind of, but then I feel like Malekith, you know, because we played Hellebrun kind of recently, it'd be nice, might be nice to do a Malekith. Something different. Alright, I'll chuck this poll up, and depending on how excited I get about it, either we'll start it now or we'll save it. Save it for another time. My personal favorite is definitely Lockyer, but he's just too strong. Yeah, that's kind of my thing. Yeah, Lockyer used to be my favorite, but yeah, now I just feel like he's just too strong. Yeah, it kind of robs me of the enjoyment of trying to, you know, trying to win. But yeah, so I think I'm kind of feeling like maybe Kolek, Warriors of Chaos, could be fun. I reckon. Wouldn't mind getting some Kolek, but yeah, chuck a vote up if any of you guys are interested in any particular campaigns. I do want to do a Durthu campaign at some point, like not necessarily right now, but at some point. I feel like Kolek is going to be just going to be fun. Kazrak, hopefully, yeah, and Malekith as well. I feel like Malekith and Kolek are both just going to be fun. Whereas Kazrak and Durthu are both like kind of specialty campaigns. Like, whereas the Durthu one, I want to basically do like Durthu stays at home and just play like an insular campaign just around this area in Athloren. But it's cool because Athloren is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, Athloren's like 11 regions, whereas in the vanilla map, Athloren's just like 5 regions, I think. So yeah, so you got that little area there, and then you can just kind of launch little forays out into the world, maybe have some allies and stuff. But you know, kind of, yeah, this is very like insular. We don't care about the rest of the world. We only care about the about the Elflands kind of campaign. I feel like that would be pretty cool. And yeah, sort of the similar kind of thing with Kazrak. I wouldn't mind playing a Beastman campaign with Kazrak. But yeah, just like not really have a massive empire, but just kind of like run around like causing trouble everywhere, you know, and just kind of play as a horde faction, basically roaming around smashing stuff. Azag's in a cool spot. He's just dead center of Kislev. Yeah, I think I really enjoyed last time I played Azag, where it kind of invaded the Empire, because the Empire lands are green for Azag. He's the only green skin that's actually got green Empire lands. So if you actually want to be like the Orc Emperor of Man, then Azag's kind of like the guy to sit on the throne in Altdorf. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, but I was sort of thinking Kolek could be pretty cool, like to come down and like vassalize the Empire lands. He can like subjugate all the Empire factions and have his armies of men worshipping Kolek as the biggest of them all. I wish that you could revive all the factions though. I think Warriors of Chaos can revive Norscan factions, but I don't think they can revive Empire factions. Whereas I think like if you play as can Sigmar do it as well? I think if you play as Nakari or as the Mask or whatever, I think you can just revive every faction as you come across them. It's kind of cool. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's not too much interest right now. So yeah, maybe I should just have a rest. It's pretty quiet at the moment, so I don't know. But well, I don't know. It's hard to say though. Then again, maybe if I started a new campaign, everyone would jump on and be like, "Yeah, this is sick." Do I want to try Azazel and seduce the Empire? Yeah, Azazel could be cool too. Azazel would be better at making vassals, but Kolek's, you know, Kolek. So he's got that, and that's got that going for him. Six, yeah. All right, maybe I'll yeah, maybe we'll just chill it. I've noted that people are equally interested in Kolek, Kazrak, and Malekith, and no one cares about Durthu. Noted. But yeah, maybe we'll just put a pin in it for now because seems like it's just a bit of a chill day. But I'll probably jump back on in maybe like 6 hours or something. I'll just try and have a nap, basically, however long I can sleep for, and then I'll probably jump back on. And yeah, maybe play a bit of Bannerlord during the day, and then jump back on. Giant Dragon Ogres are amazing. They sure are. They sure are. Yeah, you kind of got that same thing I was talking about with Nurgle, where you have, you know, all the little dudes, and then there's the big giant Shaggoths roaming around. Pretty cool. All right, guys. All right, yeah. So I'll wrap it up there, and yeah, I'll go and have a sleep, and I'll come back a bit later. I'll see if I can chuck a host over to somebody. Yeah, no one I know. No one I know on at the moment. I'll check Twitch. Sorry. Yeah, Smudge Punch is on Twitch. Check out over to Smudge Punch. All right, guys. I'll have a rest. Thanks. Thanks for everything. Thanks to Jonathan for the huge super chat. Yeah, and enjoyed chatting with you all as usual. And I will see you all a bit later on.